What up, though? Etymology Dictionary online. Culture. Mid 15th century. The tilling of land, act of preparing the earth for crops. From Latin cultura, a cultivating, agriculture, figuratively, care, culture, and honoring. From past participle stem of colere, to tend, guard, to till, cultivate. Meaning, the cultivation or rearing of a crop, act of promoting growth in plants from the 1620s, was transferred to fish, oysters, etc. by 1796, then to production of bacteria or other microorganisms in a suitable environment, 1880, then product of such a culture, 1884. The figurative sense of cultivation through education, systematic improvement, and refinement of the mind is attested by the 1500s. Century Dictionary writes that it was not common before the 19th century, except with strong consciousness of the metaphor involved, though used in Latin by Cicero, meaning learning and taste. The intellectual side of civilization is by 1805. The closely related sense of collective customs and achievements of a people, a particular form of collective intellectual development, is by 1867. Cultural, 1813, of or pertaining to the raising of plants or animals, from Latin cultura, tillage, a cultivating, agriculture, figuratively care, culture, and honoring, from past participle stem of colere, to tend, guard, to till, cultivate, see colony. Figurative senses of relating to civilizations, also the cultivation of the mind, are attested by 1875. Hence, relating to the culture of a particular place at a particular time by 1909. Cultured, 1743, of land, etc., cultivated. Adjective from culture, meaning developed under controlled natural conditions, is from 1906, originally of pearls, meaning refined, improved by exposure to intellectual culture, is by 1777. The Mogoldom Nation. Top influencer Kai Cenat repeats false Pan-Africanist trope, Black Americans have no culture, by Ann Brown. Kai Cenat, the popular Twitch streamer known for his comedic style and massive following, has stirred controversy after repeating Black Americans lack culture. The 22-year-old New York native made the statement during a recent live stream. His father is Haitian. His mother is Trinidadian. During a recent stream, Cenat, who recently embarked on a tour of various African countries, echoed a troubling sentiment that Black Americans lack cultural heritage. Sandra Rose. Toronto rapper Pressa. Black Americans have no culture. SandraRose.com. Toronto rap legend Pressa sparked a firestorm when he claimed Black Americans don't have no culture. The 25-year-old who recently dropped his 2020 EP, Gardner Express, made the observations about Black Americans in tweets this week. Complex. Burna Boy addresses backlash over his African diaspora comments. Nigerian singer-songwriter. This is by Joshua Espinoza. During a recent appearance on Complex's 360 with Speedy, the Nigerian singer-songwriter spoke about his controversial remarks on the African diaspora and how many Black Americans were not in touch with their roots. There's one quote that's been inescapable for you at this point. Everybody says that you once said or once alluded to Black Americans having no culture, or Black Americans not having any culture, 360 host Speedy Mormon told Burna Boy. Burna Boy told the host he wasn't fazed by the backlash, insisting the criticism was based on untrue claims. At the end of the day, I'm still gonna do my job. I'm still gonna do what my mission is, and my mission is to bring us together. He said around the 15-minute mark, my mission is a bridge to build a bridge that can be broken. My mission is a bridge to build a bridge that can't be broken, a bridge that should have always been there. In March, when activist Shaka Bars asked Burna Boy, why is it important that the diaspora come home? The I Told Them artist argued that unlike other American minority groups, African Americans lack ties with their homeland. Oh, do we? The Chinese American has a base. He knows he's from China, he said. The Italian American knows where their grandparents came from in Italy. They know the first person from their family to come to America and start that line to make them Italian American. Same goes to everyone else except the African American. Let's go over that once more. The Chinese American has a base. He knows he's from China. The American has a base. We know we're from America. There is no such thing as a Chinese American. Either you're Chinese or either you're American. It's identity theft when you put in the hyphen and put someone else as your surnation, because this eliminates, this erases the actual people. There is no Chinese American. There are Chinese immigrants and there are Americans. The Chinese American has a base. He knows he's from China, he said. The Italian American knows where their grandparents came from in Italy. I know where my grandparents came from in America. And my great-grandparents and my second and third great-grandparents. Do you? They know the first person from their family to come to America and start that line to make them Italian American. Same goes to everyone else except the African American. Very interesting how people are so infatuated with the so-called African American, all the while not realizing that African American is a misnomer. African American doesn't exist. Well, the African Americans that he sees as African Americans, which are properly the Americans, Now, I'm not sure if he's talking about Barack Obama. Then in that case, I'm sure he would probably be right. The remarks went viral. The singer told Mormon that the assertions were flat out false. Everyone has their own agendas. Everyone has their own agendas. He said in response to the backlash, show me the part where I said that. That's all I need. If someone can just show me that part, there's nothing I said that Malcolm X didn't say. Insert Malcolm X, insert one of your leaders, or who he thinks is your leader. Indoctrination does not discriminate. There's nothing I said that the Honorable Louis Farrakhan didn't say. You know what I mean? Inserting another one of your leaders. Maybe not your leader, but someone's leader. He continued, but obviously, it's Burna Boy saying it, and he's from Africa. He's from one of the 54 countries in Africa. I'm not sure where. This tells us nothing. It fits the agenda for your little group or whatever. All that's beneath me. My mission and my movements is too divine for stupid shh like that. That shh is always going to come. People are really, really dumb. People are really, really dumb. What's understood don't need to be said. This is Busta Rhymes in an interview. And Busta Rhymes says, U.S. ain't got no culture. Theirs is ours. Busta Rhymes says, Caribbean and Latino culture have the most influence on urban U.S. culture. Again, U.S., this is Busta Rhymes. U.S. ain't got no culture. Theirs is ours. Busta Rhymes says Caribbean and Latino culture have the most influence on urban U.S. culture. Now, I don't completely disagree. He says U.S., the United States. The United States is different than America. America is the soil. The United States culture, you could possibly say the United States got their culture from America. Then Americans joined up with the United States. So it's American culture, I guess, and whatever they got from wherever they came from before they came here. But America is the soil. But we know what Busta is speaking of. We know who he's talking about when he says Caribbean and Latino culture have the most influence on urban U.S. culture. We know he's talking about us. This is from World Star Hip Hop. It's a video. You can check it out if you want. I'm not sure why you would. And waste those few minutes of your life. This is from Ro, R-O. Guess it's a blog. It says Kanye West says black people are cultureless by Terry Shropshire. This is from rollingout.com. Kanye West says black people are cultureless. This is 2019. And this is one of my main things. What is the culture? It's like, man, This ain't for the culture. We doing something for the culture. We are orphans, bro, West said of black people. We are cultureless. We don't have our own culture. Again, indoctrination does not discriminate. Because indoctrination is the thing that would make someone say, we. Who is he speaking of? I've never met Kanye. I don't know him. He's not like me. We're not like one another. We aren't the same. We aren't family. My family is my family. Where does this we come from? Why is it when a person attains a certain amount of possessions and they have a certain amount of they enjoy a certain amount of accomplishment and achievement, that now they're speaking for everyone else? They're speaking for their people, although you have no idea who their people are. XXL. Fat Joe receives backlash for saying blacks and Latinos are half and half in the creation of hip hop. Trent Fitzgerald. Fat Joe is getting major backlash for saying that blacks and Latinos are half and half when it comes to the creation of hip hop culture. He says, so when hip hop started, it was half and half, he continued, suggesting that both blacks and Latinos contributed to hip hop at the same time. I don't know what is up with these people that don't know their facts, he added. Fat Joe posted another video from Grandmaster Caz, a member of the legendary hip-hop group the Cold Crush Brothers, who reiterated Joe's points that Latinos were involved in hip-hop. Oh, Grandmaster Caz says it, so you know. If every single element of hip-hop culture was created by foundational black Americans, whatever that is, foundational black Americans, what's a black? I've never seen a black human, neither have you. If every single element of hip-hop culture was created by foundational black, let me just say that there will be the terms African Americans, blacks, and now we have foundational black Americans. These terms, these disgusting terms will be, unfortunately, they will be repeated throughout. Properly Americans. See, just like the Native Americans, there is, if you are American, there's no need to put anything on the front of it. But they do. And you do as well. If every single element of hip-hop culture was created by foundational black Americans and one or two Latinos just happened to wander off into a hip-hop party in the 70s, how does that equate to blacks and Latinos being half and half in the creation of hip-hop? Ask author and cultural critic Tariq Nasheed on Twitter. Tariq Nasheed, as you may know, is foundational black Americans is his business. Just like the United States is their business across the pond. Timeline of African American music, 1970s to present, rap, hip hop. This is from timeline.carnegiehall.org. Rap is original poetry recited in rhythm and rhyme over pre-recorded instrumental tracks. Rap music evolved in conjunction with the cultural movement called hip hop. Rap emerged as a music coming from the local house parties to dance clubs in the early 1970s. From its humble beginnings in the Bronx, New York, hip hop music culture is a product of African American, Afro Caribbean, and Latino inner city communities plagued by poverty, the proliferation of drugs and gang violence in the 1960s and early 1970s. Some MCs and DJs were members of former members of gangs who used DJing, dancing, and MCing as an alternative to gang warfare. This romanticized interpretation. DJ Kool Herc gave the community its blueprints and its first brand of hip hop music called B-Beat. And I'm not upset about it. I mean, when you let someone else write your story, that's what happens. But we're clearing it up right now. Let's shake it. DJ Kool Herc and Cindy Campbell in 2004. Founding father, DJ Kool Herc and First Lady Cindy Campbell celebrate hip hop's 50th anniversary. In an interview with Grammy.com, hip hop pioneers DJ Kool Herc and Cindy Campbell discussed the culture's origins in their apartment rec room and the myriad ways their Jamaican heritage influenced hip hop. Patricia Meschino. On August 11th, 1973, high school student Cindy Campbell threw a party in the recreation room of her family's Bronx apartment building to earn money for new back-to-school clothes. She asked her 18-year-old brother Clive to play the music. Clive, better known as DJ Kool Herc, set up his turntables, mixer, amplifiers, and towering speaker boxes, which blared a mix of funk and soul records. Herc's pal, Bronx native Coke LaRock, intermittently shouted out friends and quick rhymes over the records, instrumental breaks to hype up the crowd. The siblings had done something infinitely more important. Cindy and Herc sparked a movement. Cindy and Herc's party at 1520 Sedgwick Avenue, held 50 years ago, is widely recognized as laying the foundation upon which hip-hop was built. She says, my brother Herc dominated the 1970s and created this thing that we call hip-hop. My brother Herc dominated the 1970s and created this thing we call hip-hop. The term hip-hop wouldn't come into usage until several years after. On November 3rd, DJ Kool Herc will be inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame for spinning records. The Rock Hall identifies Herc 67 as one of the founders of hip-hop, but Herc offers a clarification. I am the founding father of hip-hop, he asserts, because no one else was doing this when I started, because he knew what was happening in all 50 states. Clive and Cindy Campbell were born and raised in Jamaica's capital city, Kingston. Sound systems, mobile discos, first appeared in Kingston in the late 1940s and proliferated throughout the 1950s and 1960s, initially playing American R&B records. Each sound employed a selector who played the records and an MC or DJ in Jamaican parlance who would rhyme or toast over the records, instrumental segments. Early toasters, such as Count Machuki, followed by King Stitt, melded their Jamaican dialect with mimicking the radio jocks they heard on stations based in the southern U.S. that were beamed into the island. Each sound employed a selector who played the records and an MC or DJ in Jamaican parlance who would rhyme or toast over the record's instrumental segments. Early toasters such as Count Machuki, followed by King Stitt, melded their Jamaican dialect with mimicking the radio jocks they heard on stations based in the southern United States that were beamed into the island. Clive arrived in the Bronx in 1967. Herc spun primarily funk and soul, as well as the occasional rock record. In 2021, a congressional resolution officially declared 1520 Sedgwick Avenue the birthplace of hip hop. In 2021, a congressional resolution. Hey, of course, a congressional resolution officially declared it the birthplace of hip hop. It's always some administrative body declaring something that you did as official, telling you what something is, telling you where something came from. Oh, remember, they told you where you come from as well. Chuck Schumer, who marveled at their accomplishments as immigrants to New York City. Senator Schumer said, "My God, this is an immigrant story," Cindy says. Hip hop was born in America, but it's a fantastic immigrant story. People don't realize that 2 immigrants from Jamaica did this. Pig meet Markham. Here come the judge. 1960s. He was here before Sedgwick Avenue. The Jamaicans came to Sedgwick Avenue. Pig meet Markham was already here. Here come the judge. Where he's rapping over a hip hop beat. He didn't call it that. Pig meet Markham, as we've discussed previously. Pig meet Markham. He's from Durham, North Carolina, a place called Haiti. A place called Haiti in Durham, North Carolina, was also known as the Black Wall Street. Pig meet Markham. Here come the judge. Rapping. Yeah. Yeah. Before they made that trip over here, Pig meet Markham was here. You know, doing what us Americans do. Talking greasy. Early History of the Creek Indians and Their Neighbors by John R. Swanton. The Spaniards have visited several regions of that vast country. They are called Arambe, Guaquea, Cohate, Tanzaca, and Pahor. The color of the inhabitants is dark brown. None of them have any system of writing, but they preserve traditions of great antiquity in rhyme and chant. Dancing and physical exercises are held in honor, and they are passionately fond of ball games in which they exhibit the greatest skill. And we don't have to discuss who exhibits the greatest skill in ball games in America. If you want to know what happened yesterday, look at today. The women knew how to spin and sew, although they are partially clothed with skins of wild beasts. They use cotton such as Milanese call bombasio, and they make nets of the fiber of certain tough grasses, just as hemp and flax are used for the same purposes in Europe. None of them have any system of writing, but they preserve traditions of great antiquity in rhymes and chants. We been talking greasy. Let's shake it. Under the radar, the origins of breaking, with its biggest name, Crazy Legs, by Jake Uti. Crazy Legs help invent breaking or dancing dynamically to hip hop music. He was there from the virtual beginning in the mid to late 70s and beyond. He was there from the virtual beginning in the mid to late 70s and beyond. Crazy Legs. Here's the thing. You have to take into account that there was no such thing then as a reference when it comes to hip hop. Here's the thing. You have to take into account that there was no such thing then as a reference when it comes to hip hop. It was only like you break or you DJ. There were just different things that we did in the hood. When I first saw anything related to any of the hip hop elements, I saw breaking in 1976. Hip hop. He says, the term was really just a word of action. Kind of like when you say, let's rock. You don't stop. Keep on, y'all. Let's hip hop. Let's rock, y'all. It could have been the let's rock culture. I don't call it breakdancing. The word breakdancing does not come from hip hop culture. It came from our punk rock British manager who misspoke one day. He was also our publicist, so we stopped using the word breakdancing. What term do you prefer? Just breaking, b-boying, b-girling. I say breaking just for the sake of making sure that I'm not leaving out the women. In 77, I went to a jam on Katona Avenue in the Bronx, and my cousin, Lenny Lynn, had brought me there. By that point, my brother wasn't even dancing anymore. So my cousin, Lenny Lynn, brought me to this jam, and it was the first time that I had seen all these things that were happening. There happened to be some graffiti writers there tagging up. People were breaking. There was a Puerto Rican DJ on the turntables by the name of Little Angel, and I just fell in love with everything. Do you think America understands breaking, understands hip hop today? I think a lot of people would like to think they understand hip hop, but they just throw the word around loosely because they listen to rap music. I would say the majority of the country does not understand what this really has represented. It was this Puerto Rican girl who was anxious to find out more about the Puerto Rican contribution within hip hop because she feels like, the Puerto Rican community is understated when it comes to our contributions. I think just for people to be able to take pride in something is important, especially when you come from a group of people who were colonized and you're stripped of your culture and your family history, and you're constantly searching for something to, lay roots in and take pride in and keep building on that legacy. People need legacy in order for them to feel proud of where they're going, because a lot of us as Puerto Ricans don't know where we came from. Came from Puerto Rico. This is the album cover for a song called Caravan by the Mills Brothers. 1930s or 40s or 50s. You can go check out the video for Mills Brothers Caravan, also on YouTube. And I put this here because in that video, which is way before Crazy Legs or anyone else calling himself a b-boy, in the Mills Brother video, they are doing what we term break dancing or b-boying. And it's a sister on that video who breaking it down. Yeah, go check out that video. And then come back, or just check this out and then go check out that video. Or note it. Mills Brothers Caravan. They was breaking long before these conversations was happening. And remember, Pig Meat Markham was rapping way before these conversations was happening. And they also said in the early Creeks and their neighbors, which we're talking about antiquity of rhyming and chanting. So, we always been talking greasy. We always been doing that footwork. The Overlooked History of African American Skate Culture by Elisa Goodman. This is from Vice.com. With a small group of skaters in Central Park, documentary filmmakers Tina Brown and Diana Winkler first encountered them about 6 years ago, their moves begging to be filmed. They've released a full-length documentary about skate culture called United Skates, which looks at roller skating culture in African American communities across the country. Properly American communities across the country. Skating to James Brown and a wealth of hip-hop and R&B, the scene bursts with personal expression, vibrant style, beauty, athleticism, and a sense of family. Yeah, skating to James Brown monorail, you jump out your skin. We followed them overnight on a bus to a skate party in Richmond, Virginia. So from New York Central Park, they followed them. They went on a bus to Richmond, Virginia. We touching the places on this skating. Los Angeles Times. How learning to roller skate helped me connect with a piece of LA black culture. Now we're in LA. By Makita Easter. Great name, Makita. By Makita Easter. Makita. My quarantine hobby of choice, roller skating. In the 50-second viral video, Janta grooves on skates to house music, effortlessly smooth and completely, house music, another thing that created, effortlessly smooth and completely unbothered. As I watched the clip over and over, I realized I had to do that too, or at least try to learn. I set out on my roller skating journey. I began frantically calling around town before finding a pair in my size at a skate shop in Southgate. Elated, I picked up my skates, drove home, and tested them out almost immediately, skating around and around in circles in my apartment garage. YouTube became my guide as I binged on tutorials on the basics of stopping, skating over uneven surfaces, conquering hills, dancing specific steps. One of my first skating memories was moving to Spice Girls and to Coolio's Gangsta's Paradise at a New Orleans rink in elementary school. In middle school, one of my favorite summer activities was going to the rink in my Houston suburb. And a few years ago, I rediscovered my love of skating at LA's World on Wheels. Social media eventually led me to Sister Skaters, an LA-based group of black and brown women that offered virtual lessons via Zoom. Of brown women, never seen a black human. In 1963, 27-year-old Ledger Smith, nicknamed Roller Man, skated from Chicago to Washington, D.C. over 10 days wearing a sign that said freedom. He skated nearly 700 miles. Ledger Smith, named Roller Man. In the mid-1970s, Venice Beach became a haven for the iconic skate dancers, a majority black group of performers who entertained crowds for decades with their blend of skating, breakdancing, fancy footwork, and original choreography. I met James Rich, one of the original Venice skaters, at an outdoor skate meetup on the west side. Rich, whose nickname is Buck Wow, began skating with the Venice group as a teenager around 1980. I was from the hood, born and raised. I was going towards gangs. I was going towards drugs, he told me. Roller skating is what saved my life. In the 1980s, roller rinks like Compton's Skateland and Mid-City's World on Wheels became a hotspot. The rinks were also safe havens from gang violence. Detroit Metro Times. How adult nights at Detroit's roller rinks are keeping black skating culture alive. By Imani Mixon. Skaters at a recent adult night at Royal Skateland. This is Detroit. They still doing it, of course. On weeknights, when it would be hard to fill just about any other venue, roller skating rinks in Metro Detroit are full of people. Skaters stroll in with backpacks, rolling bags, extra pairs of socks, sweat rags, loose quarters. It's where the advanced skaters go to add some more seasoning to their Detroit style. Detroit style skating is characterized by its smooth rolling motion. The basic move that every Detroit skater has to learn, whether solo or in groups, is the half turn, which involves turning a smooth 180 degrees for a few beats, then turning back in place to continue on the original path. I consider Detroit to be one of the best because we're actually in motion, doing all of this stuff as if we're standing in place, says Quentin Wright, a 41-year-old skater who has been skating since he was 3 years old. In the 1970s, the skating rink was an integral component of black social life. The story of it all here in Detroit is very beautiful because the way we skate is handed down from generation to generation, adds Wright. The biennial Soul Skate at Detroit's Northland Roller Rink, the big house of Detroit skating. Within minutes of arriving at the skating rink and lacing up, Wright can be seen focusing on his solo practice, skating in stride with a partner or holding down the center in a trio, where each person steps in unison, weaving the kind of pattern that links one person to the next. Each roller rink in Detroit is its own universe. Royal Skateland, Northland Roller Rink, Skate World of Troy, Rollercade, Roladium Family Fun Center, The Great Skate, Detroit Roller Wheels, Skating Station, Bonaventure Skating Station. But if you go from rink to rink, you begin to notice a handful of familiar faces and moves. The skaters all seem to know each other and all have a similar mission of wanting to represent Detroit-style skating in an authentic and truthful way for newbies and legends alike. There's this woman who starts the night with a simple ponytail and lifts it into a high bun after hours of doing artistic and freestyle skating moves, graceful turns and symmetrical bends with the opposite arm and a leg outstretched. Her name is Josephine Covington, and she's a 38-year-old registered nurse with 4 children and a husband. She is wearing glittering eyeshadow, shimmery lip gloss, and sparkly nail tips when she comes to Skateland's adult night on a recent Sunday. Here, people are willing to teach you just because you ask them, and they'll be happy to because they love it as well, she says. One of those revered teachers is 71-year-old Judy Spratley, a small but serious skater who calls skating her blessing and credits both her health and successfully retiring from her career as the only Black woman in a predominantly white department at Ford to skating regularly. Every rink has its legends, and at Northland, there's William Williams, a lanky 61-year-old wearing a red and black Adidas tracksuit that makes him look as young as he did when he first started skating at 16. Rhino roller skates, roller skating, a celebration of Black culture and history, properly American culture and history. Roller skating has played a significant role in Black culture and history, from the rich history of roller skating in Black America and why it's still a beloved pastime today. Roller skating has been a staple in Black communities for generations. In the late 1940s and 50s, roller rinks became popular in urban areas and quickly became a hub for social and cultural activities for Black Americans, properly Americans. Properly what your family call you, what your family called themselves. Find out. Don't be lazy. The 1970s, roller skating was a perfect platform for this newfound sense of creativity and individuality. Rinks were often packed with young people looking to dance, socialize, and express themselves through their moves on the rink. Roller skating became a form of self-expression and a celebration of Black culture and history. During this period in the 1970s, Black skaters in the Chicago area started incorporating new moves while they glided and grooved around the rink to their favorite music. The unique style they created is known as JB skating, named after James Brown, the musical inspiration of this style of skating. JB skating, or style skating, incorporates fancy footwork into roller skating routines while the skater dances and glides around the roller rink fast, super fast, 50 miles per hour. This style of skating continues to be popular today. It has become a hallmark of the roller skating scene. Other styles of roller skating also emerged in the African American community in cities across the country. Freestyle roller skating and jam skating, for example, was a way for skaters to show off their creativity and individuality. These styles allowed for skaters to perform elaborate tricks, flips, and spins on the rink, showcasing their athletic prowess and dexterity. Freestyle roller skating became a form of competition, with local and national competitions being held to determine the best skaters in the country. Roller skating has also played a significant role in Black music and entertainment. From the funk and soul of James Brown to the hip hop and R&B of today, Roller skating has been a source of inspiration for countless musicians. Many musicians, including Shaka Khan, LL Cool J, Usher, Bruno Mars, and many more, have even recorded songs specifically related to roller skating. These songs often featured upbeat, danceable beats and lyrics that reflect the spirit of the roller skating community. In the 1980s and 1990s, roller skating reached its peak popularity in Black communities. Becoming a symbol of cool and fashion, roller skating rinks, the colorful lights, neon accents, and funky fashions made roller rinks a vibrant and exciting place to be. Today, roller skating is still a beloved pastime in Black communities. At Rhino Roller Skates, we celebrate the rich history and cultural significance of roller skating in Black America. When I was a little boy, I used to go to a skating rink called Hot Wheels in Chicago. It was on Pulaski and Chicago Avenue. Hundreds of people out there, all times of night. Hot Wheels was a little spot, small spot. You go in there, and I'm talking about you get in where you fit in when you tried to go on that skating floor. When you got on the floor, understand it was groups of brothers. It was groups of dudes who was 5 deep of a line of 5 cats doing the same moves, going 50 miles per hour. And you had to try to jump in there and get in there and do something. And I did. It's like one of the only times my mother would let me go out that late. I was super young. I was like 11 years old, maybe 10. So I wasn't even supposed to be in the spot. It's just the people who I was with. I was with a lot of people. And in the back of Hot Wheels was the portion where you danced, where people was dancing. You know, they took their skates off or whatever, and they was dancing. There was food back there, whatever. It was hot, sweaty. And one song, I'm young, I'm like 11, 10. One song, a female, I was dancing with a female. I don't know how old she was, maybe 16 or 17. And I'm dancing with her, whatever, you know. It's a slow song. So we slow dancing, and she like, "What, you don't know how to dance?" I'm like, I looked at her like, "What?" You know. She grabbed my hands and moved them from her waist to her cheeks. Let's shake it. Roller derbies. These was like the dream skates. Everybody wanted these skates. My cousin Sconey had some. And he skated the wheels off them jokers too. Library of Congress, blogs, American Indian Constitutions, Jennifer Gonzalez. We have just added 428 Native American documents containing constitutions, charters, and acts from the years 1830 to 1960 to law.gov. The collection contains two types of materials: constitutions from the 1800s produced by the Cherokee, Choctaw, Chickasaw, and Creek, and constitutions and charters drafted after the 1934 Indian Reorganization Act. This is from blogs.libraryofcongress.gov/law. The oldest part of the collection has some of the most interesting documents and can be found mostly in the U.S. South region. Some of these are in the native language of the Native Americans, for example, Creek, Choctaw, and Cherokee. Library of Congress. This is one of the options that they were speaking of in the highlighted section. The oldest part of the collection has some of the most interesting documents, and they can be found mostly in the U.S. South. And these documents are from the Creek, Choctaw, and Cherokee. And so we move on. Library of Congress. This is one of those documents that is interesting, I guess. As to court claimants to Choctaw and Chickasaw citizenship. As to court claimants, Choctaw and Chickasaw citizenship, it says, they are not Indians and are neither legally nor morally entitled to share in the division of our tribal property. They are white adventurers from the surrounding states, and any intelligent and impartial jury would to declare them. IAA.C, the legislature of the Chickasaws, in regular session at Tashomingo, the capital of the Chickasaw Nation, in September 1900, adopted the following resolution. Be it resolved by the legislature of the Chickasaw Nation, first, that the annual message of Honorable Douglas H. Johnston, governor of the Chickasaw Nation, insofar as it relates to citizenship, be adopted and made a part of this resolution, and that the same, together with this resolution and other pertinent matters, be printed in pamphlet form for the information of the government of the United States upon this, the most important question affecting the rights and interests of the Choctaws and Chickasaws. And that the Choctaws be requested to cooperate with us to this end. Second, that our guardian, the government of the United States. Second, that our guardian, the government of the United States, be implored in the light of this information to protect the Choctaws and Chickasaws in citizenship matters, and particularly from the fraudulent and illegal claims of those persons known as court claimants in the forthcoming allotment of land and distribution of tribal property. The Choctaws in General Council assembled at Tuskahoma, the capital of the Choctaw Nation, in October 1900, adopted a similar resolution and provided for cooperating with the Chickasaws in the preparation and distribution of a pamphlet on citizenship, and directed that the annual messages of the retiring and incoming principal chiefs, Honorables Green McCurtain and Gilbert W. Dukes, insofar as they relate to citizenship and other pertinent matters, be included therein. So back here, refresh your memory. Douglas H. Johnston, governor of the Chickasaw Nation, We are talking about the Americans here. We're talking about Americans. We're also talking about the people who said that our guardian, the government of the United States, these so-called five civilized tribes that everyone mentions when speaking about those ancient peoples in America. Douglas H. Johnston, governor of the Chickasaw Nation. This is him. This is the governor of the Chickasaw Nation. This is a Chickasaw. Are you comfortable with that? You believe that? You don't have to believe or not believe. It's right there. This is why he calls himself a Native American. Because American will be reserved for us. National Archives, the Constitution of the United States. Section 8. The Congress shall have power to lay and collect taxes, duties, imposts, and excises, to pay the debts and provide for the common defense and general welfare of the United States. But all duties, imposts, and excises shall be uniform throughout the United States, to borrow money on the credit of the United States, to regulate commerce with foreign nations and among the several states and with the Indian tribes. Article 6. All debts contracted and engagements entered into before the adoption of this Constitution shall be as valid against the United States under this Constitution as under the Confederation. This Constitution and the laws of the United States, which shall be made in pursuance thereof, and all treaties made or which shall be made under the authority of the United States, shall be the supreme law of the land, and the judges in every state shall be bound thereof. Anything in the Constitution or laws of any state to the contrary notwithstanding, the senators and representatives before mentioned and the members of the several state legislatures and all executive and judicial officers, both of the United States and of several states, shall be bound by oath or affirmation to support this Constitution, but no religious test shall ever be required as a qualification to any office or public trust under the United States. This is Article 7. Attest William Jackson, Secretary, done in convention by the unanimous consent of the states present the 17th day of September in the year of our Lord 1787, and of the independence of the United States of America, the 12th, in witness whereof we have hereunto subscribed our names. G. Washington, President and Deputy from Virginia. This is 1787. 1787. Don't forget 1787. National Archives Museum. Founding documents in the rotunda for the Charters of Freedom. Encounter the original founding documents of the United States in the rotunda for the Charters of Freedom, the permanent home of the Declaration of Independence, Constitution of the United States, and Bill of Rights. These three documents, known collectively as the Charters of Freedom, are instrumental to the founding and philosophy of the United States. Remember, the United States is different from America. America is the soil. Remember, 1787. Declaration of Independence, written in 1776. Constitution is the supreme law of the United States. These four large sheets of parchment define the framework and powers of the federal government, written in 1787. 1787. 1787. Allegory of the Continents. 16th and 17th century Renaissance art. 16th and 17th century Renaissance art. Volume 1. Allegory of the Continents. Featuring the earliest paintings and statues of American Indian and African tribes depicted side by side in some of the oldest castles and churches of Europe. Volume 1. I'm not going to butcher the actual names of these places, but it's Holy Cross frescoes. Remember, 1787 Constitution. Don't forget, 1787 Constitution. Period of design of this particular fresco, of this art, portion of art. Period of design, 1717 to 1721, artist Jacob Carl Stauder. Theme, glorification of the cross particle through the four continents. Left side, America and Europe. Right side, Asia and Africa. Glorification of the cross particle through the four continents. 1717 through 1721. The Constitution was 1787. This is how you are seen by this. This is how Americans are seen by this artist in 1717 to 1721. This is America and Europe. Let's scroll down so we can see it. Here we go. Let's go back up. This is America and Europe, the people representing America and Europe. You can see with this is America right here. And this is Europe right here. This is America, copper colored America, red tinted copper colored America, feather head dress. We used to it. We always fresh to this day. Except today you wear a fedora with a feather in it. It's always a lion by America. And I have a show called Lion, Tigers, and Bears. Check that out. You'll see why. That's America and Europe. 1700s. 1700s was the Constitution as well. This is Asia right here. And Africa. And Africa. The elephant's always near Africa for some odd reason. I'm not sure why. Okay. Saint Aegidius. This is a church in Germany. This is a church in Germany. With depictions of the four continents, of the four corners of the world. The four corners of the world. This is how you were seen. This is how Americans were seen. This is Europe, represented by this rosy-cheeked fellow. And this is America, represented by the person from your family, one of your family members. This is Africa, representation of Africa, and this is the representation of Asia. What we just saw was Saint Aegidius, you remember, the period of design, 1717 to 1722, Constitution was 1787, all this stuff around this same period. This is how the world, this is how painters see Americans, this is how they see you. That's how they see the Americans. Period of design, 1717 to 1722. Glorification of the Eucharist through the 4 continents, left to right, Europe, America, Africa, Asia. Let's move on. Okay, now we're at Assumption. Gangoven, Rado in, Assumption, a church in Germany. Very spectacular structures. A church in Germany who maintained the art. Here it is. This is the picture. This is the painting. Let's go in and get a closer look. Okay. Left to right, America, right here. He represents America. Your uncle represents America. Europe, Africa, Asia. America always wears the feather headdress. And he does have jewels on him and such. But that's how the Americans were seen. That's who the Americans are to this day. Okay, this is the Assumption, Gangofen, Rado in, period of design 1719 to 1720. Constitution is 1787. It's what an American looks like. Glorification of the Eucharist through the 4 continents, left to right, America, Europe, Africa, Asia. You get the picture. Firth in the forest, Assumption. Church, Germany. Firth in the forest. We're going to be looking at these 2, 3, 4. These 4 right here. These 4 plates right here. They have paintings on them. We're going to look at those. Okay. This is one of those. And this is the representation of America. Pretty sure you're familiar with that guy. This is the representation of America. The representation of Africa. Asia. Europa. Kind of looks like Asia and Europa got mixed up. So this is the Firth in the Forest, period of design, 1725 to 1727, Andreas Mer. This is the only surviving features are the frescoes on the choir ark. The 4 continents are the only surviving features are the frescoes. 1725 to 1727, Constitution 1787. You remember. Hindelang, St. John Baptist. It's a church in Germany. Church in Germany. There's a painting. Let's check that out. So we got we got left to right. We have Africa here, the representation of Africa, representation of Europe, representation of Asia, and the representation of America. America is represented by your auntie. Here we go, a closer picture. Yep. Check it out. Africa, Europe, Asia, and America. It's no coincidence. It's no coincidence. Hindelang, St. John Baptist, period of design, undated. It says around 1728. Artist Balthazar Reap, glorification of the heart of Jesus through the four continents, left to right, Africa, Europe, Asia, America. Kerry Davis said when he was speaking about these paintings, he said that they wanted to, get people interested all over in Jesus and in Christianity. So they wanted these people to be represented. So these people can feel they had a connection as well to Jesus and the Christianity. Remember, 1700s, 1787, the Constitution. Remember, we moving and shaking. The Sneaker Mag, the history of Yeezys. They are the iconic sneaker that rocks the world every time new lines drop. Yeezys are famous for being fashionable, comfortable, and notoriously hard to get your hands on, especially the original lineups. Their rich history begins with Kanye West and his vision of a new style of sneakers. And here we have, yes, Kanye West has a team. He had a team that he worked with, of course, but Kanye is the one behind it. And Kanye is an American, and many of you would term him Black American or African American. And remember, us so-called Black Americans, African Americans, colored, Negroes, mulattoes, Indians, you remember. But properly Americans, remember, we don't have any culture. These are, some of them. I don't care for Yeezys, the shoes, but I do like the Red October. I would love to have those shoes. Yeah, when I become a wealthy human one day. Sam's Deli. The evolution of style, exploring the cultural impact and design innovation of Adidas Yeezy. The cultural impact. In the dynamic realm of sneaker culture, few names resonate as profoundly as Adidas Yeezy. North American, Black American, African American, American, respectively. A collaborative venture between German sportswear giant Adidas and global music and fashion icon Kanye West. The Yeezy line has transcended its origins as performance footwear to become a symbol of cultural influence, design, innovation, and unparalleled hype. And then we move on. And while we move on, we remember the book by John R. Swanton, Early Creek Indians and Their Neighbors. They were very seriously and skilled in their ball games. And speaking of ball games, we get one of the best to ever do it, Michael Jordan, who partnership with Nike. Yes, Nike is a machine. Nike is definitely a machine. And, we would have to give them credit as well. But guess what? Jordan, the jump man, no shoe. None is as relevant as Jordan's. It's culturally impactful as Jordans. Period. There is no question. No question. Again, these so-called Black Americans, these so-called blacks, so-called African Americans, so-called Negroes, properly Americans, properly niggers. You did. PBS, Roots and Branches of Country Music. Roots and Branches of Country Music by PBS. Country music is not and never was one style of music. It has always been a mixture of many styles, springing from many roots and sprouting many new branches to create a complicated chorus of American voices. Country music rose from deep and intertwined roots, from fiddle tunes and hymns, and from work songs and ballads, from smoky saloons and secluded Appalachian hollows. Country music, greatest artists never created their music in a vacuum. They were influenced by their own experiences, but also by the other types of American music they listened to. Library of Congress, Country Music Timeline. A chronology of the development of country music from the 17th century through 2002. A chronology of the development of country music from the 17th century, the 1600s, through 2002. 1621 through 1700. European and African immigrants. European from 1621. Remember, the 1619 project has become an entire just a machine on its own. It's become a machine. It's become the standard when speaking about the first Africans to be brought here, the first slaves, the first African slaves, the ones who you would later come from. 1621 through 1700. European and African immigrants bring with them to North America their folk tales, folk songs, favorite instruments, and musical traditions. Indigenous people retain their own folkways. 1701 through 1800, the music of subjugated native peoples and enshackled slaves is pushed into the background. The music of subjugated native peoples, 1701, and enshackled slaves is pushed into the background. It didn't say enshackled Africans. It didn't say enshackled. It didn't say anything. Enshackled slaves is pushed into the background. What comes to your mind when you hear shackles? Yeah, indoctrination among. Okay, let's cut. Remember, European and African immigrants brought with them to North America their folk tales, folk songs, favorite instruments, and musical traditions. Indigenous peoples retain their own folkways. 1621 through 1700. Let's cut to, we were just on libraryofcongress.org.gov. Let's cut to Africans and Native Americans, Jack D. Forbes. The intensification of contacts transatlantic slavery and interaction after 1500. The arrival of American slaves in Spain and Portugal. It will perhaps be surprising to some readers to learn that the greatest degree of intensive contact between Americans and Africans did not occur initially in either the Americas or Africa, but rather in European cities such as Lisbon, Seville, and Valencia. This contact has not heretofore been studied for a variety of reasons, one of the principal ones being the myth that the enslavement of Americans was a temporary phenomenon. Another reason, equally mythical, is the notion that in modern times, slavery and Negro slavery were virtually synonymous concepts. In 1502, a large number of Negroes were sent from Seville to Haiti as slaves, but the following year the crown temporarily prohibited the sending of more because of the difficulties which had been produced by their uniting with rebel Americans. In Europe, the Canary Islands, the Azores, and other places, it would appear that both Americans and Africans generally became absorbed into the melting pot of the working classes, disappearing gradually into the general population into groups such as the Gitanos of Spain and Portugal. Now, how would they blend? How would they disappear into the general population? Because their appearance was similar to that of the general population. In Africa itself, the impact of Americans and part Americans, whether from Brazil or elsewhere, remains also to be studied. Certain it is that American crops and specific cultural items or habits, such as the hammock and tobacco smoking, have had an impact. Rodriguez has noted that to Africa went tobacco, maize, corn, manioc, cassava, the anuna, pineapple, and hatata, sweet potato. Native American words for many of these plants were incorporated into African languages. Rodriguez has noted that to Africa went tobacco, corn, cassava, pineapple, and sweet potato. American words for many of these plants were incorporated into African languages. Bahi and coconut palms were taken to Cape Verde, and our cashew has sweetened African palates. So the commodities on which the African native diet is based, like corn, sweet potato, and manioc, or Brazilian, are Brazilian in origin. Plants of American and Brazilian origin also went to the Congo. Corn, manioc, coconut, guava, and peanut were transplanted from Brazil. Rubber was also taken to Angola. In Brazil, West Africa trade 1600s or earlier until the later part of the 19th century. American Latin came to mean negro or black, but also various shades of so-called obscure color, i.e. darkish shades, which terms such as fuscus, pardo, and loro were often used in later times. Insofar as the use of negro or its equivalents for Americans is concerned, it is well to begin our analysis with a brief review of usage in the Portuguese language. First, it must be noted that Europeans generally regarded the Americans as being of an intermediate color, pardo, lauro, baratino, or alabastri. For example, in 1519, it was said of the Brazilians, it was said of the Brazilians, they are not black or white, but of olive color. But the same writer also remarked that the Brazilian canoemen he saw were so black that they could have been taken for sailors on the Sea of Styx in hell. Another Italian in 1533 described them as olive colored and almost black. But in 1524, the Carolina coast people were said to be of dark color and not much unlike the Ethiopians, with lighter colored people farther north. From 1549 through 1565, the letters of Jesuit missionaries in Brazil, usually addressed to colleagues in Portugal or Spain, frequently refer to the Americans as Negroes. 1549. In April 1549, Manuel de Nobrega, the leader of the Jesuits, addressed a letter from Bahia to Samoa Rodriguez in Lisbon, Spain, in which he refers to the Portuguese in Brazil as living in sin because of their having many negras and lots of children by the said black women. Thus, the Jesuit father called the American women living with Portuguese men negras, a term which, according to Leet, could not have denoted people from Africa, because in 1549 there were few or no African women in Bahia. Nonetheless, Nobrega also uses the word Indio. When Africans are referred to in the Jesuit letters, they are always called Negros de Guinea, blacks of Guinea, to distinguish them from Negros de Terra, blacks of the land or Americans. In August 1549, Nobrega wrote to Rodriguez in Portugal about the Portuguese men and their negras used for mistresses. He also referred to os negros, who were being enslaved, and to the Carios as negros. Of course, most Portuguese possessed mistresses or wives who were American. In June 1551, Brother Diego Jacome wrote from San Vicente to the Jesuits of Portugal, referring to Americans as os negros. In August 1551, from Pernambuco, Father Antonio Pires wrote to Coimbra that the negros are now very calm. So if we go up to the top, it says, it was said of the Brazilians, they are not black or white, but of olive color. And then an Italian in 1533 described them as olive colored. So we cut to a picture of olives. This is what olives look like when they were describing the Brazilians or the Americans. They weren't talking about green olives. They weren't saying that the Americans are green, right? Right. So this is the olive color. And then when you slice the olive, look what happens. That's the description that they were giving to Americans. Olive colored. I know. You thought when they said olive colored and all the things that you've read, you thought they meant green olives. Let's go back to Jack D. Forbes and continue. In 1619, remember, we were talking about country music. We just cut to when we were talking about country music, and they mentioned from, 16, they were talking about 1619, 1620, around that time when they said European and African immigrants came. It's also the time that now we know as where we have the 1619 project, where 1619 is mentioned quite a bit, because it is known as the first time, the first Africans, the first slaves, the beginning of the massive amounts of captured or kidnapped peoples were brought here. The people who you were later told were your ancestors. So we cut so that we can see maybe a little of what was going on during this time, or what this so-called transatlantic situation was. In 1619, some 20 Negroes were brought to Virginia. In 1619, some 20 Negroes were brought to Virginia. I did a show called What is a Negro, where I spoke extensively about the word Negro. And I mean, we've covered enough here. We've covered enough here to where you get the picture. Oh, let's go above that. It says Young admitted that they had repeatedly intermarried with American women. He consistently refers to them as Negroes, nonetheless. In 1619, some 20 Negroes were brought to Virginia. At least 11 have names of Spanish or probable Spanish character. Later, they were joined by Negroes and mulattoes with names such as Antonio and John Pedro. These Spanish-derived servants could well have been of part American ancestry. However, no evidence is available except that they were largely secured from captured Spanish vessels. In 1676, one Gowan, an Indian servant, acquired his freedom in Virginia. 2 decades earlier, Mahill Gowan, called a Negro, also acquired his freedom. Listen. In 1676, one Gowan, an Indian servant, acquired his freedom in Virginia. 2 decades earlier, Mahill Gowan, called a Negro, also acquired his freedom. It would appear that the Negro was probably father to the Indian in this case. In 1670, the population of Virginia colony was said to be 40,000, including 2,000 black slaves. Evidence indicates that there could not have been that many Africans there, and also that there were a great many American slaves or servants. Thus, the total of blacks must have included a good many Americans. In 1698, 3 fugitive Negroes were reported in North Carolina, of whom one was an American. Similarly, a list of Negroes imported into Virginia 1710 through 1718 by sea includes at least 69 Indians, mostly from the Carolinas. Likewise, lists of Negroes brought into New York from 1715 to 1736 include many slaves of probable or stated American ancestry from Campeche, Jamaica, Honduras, and the Carolinas and Virginia. Now we cut to Britannica Online Encyclopedia, country music, style of American popular music that originated country music, style of American popular music that originated in rural areas of South and West in the early 20th century. The early 20th century. Ultimately, country music's roots lie in the ballads, folk songs, and popular songs of the English, Scots, and Irish settlers of the Appalachians and other parts of the South. In the early 1920s, the traditional string band music of the southern mountain regions began to be commercially recorded, with Fiddlin' Joe Carson garnering the genre's first hit record in 1923. 1923. That's where it all began, huh? Two regular programs of great influence were the National Barn Dance from Chicago, began in 1924, and the Grand Ole Opry from Nashville, begun in 1925. These early recordings were of ballads and country dance tunes and featured the fiddle and guitar as lead instruments over a rhythmic foundation of guitar and banjo. Other instruments occasionally used included Appalachian dulcimer, harmonica, and mandolin. These early recordings were of ballads and country dance tunes and featured the fiddle and guitar as lead instruments over a rhythmic foundation of guitar or banjo. Other instruments occasionally used included Appalachian dulcimer, harmonica, mandolin. And we go to etymology dictionary. The banjo, guitar-like musical instrument with a circular body covered in front with stretched parchment like a tambourine. 1764. In various spellings, Thomas Jefferson has a banjar. American English, usually described as of African origin. The word has been influenced by colloquial pronunciation of bandori, 1560s in English, a 16th century lute-like string instrument from Portuguese, bandura, from Latin, pandura, see mandolin. The origin and the influence might be the reverse of what is here described. The origin and influence might be the reverse of what is here described. Smithsonian Institution. Banjos. Few musical instruments are more deeply connected to the American experience than the banjo. The banjo was created by enslaved Africans and their descendants in the Caribbean and colonial North America. Here, they maintained and perpetuated the tradition within a complex system of slave labor camps, plantations, and in a variety of rural and urban settings, from the earliest references in the 17th century and through the 1830s. The banjo was exclusively known as an African American tradition with a West African heritage. What further distinguishes the banjo is that it did not come from Africa, as an unaltered tradition. What further distinguishes the banjo is that it did not come from Africa as an unaltered tradition. The best documented form of the early banjo includes a drum-like body made out of a gourd or sometimes a calabash, and a neck that could accommodate 4 strings, 3 long strings that run the full length of the instrument and 1 short thumb string that stops about halfway up the side of the neck. The drum-like gourd body and strings of different lengths are uniquely African, while the flat fingerboard and tuning pegs are more commonly associated with European traditions. This is from Ballad of America, Banjo, A Brief History by Matthew Sabatella. The picture is The Banjo Lesson by Henry Osawa Tanner, 1893. The banjo is a stringed instrument that is or has been prominent in American folk, country, bluegrass, ragtime, and jazz music, sharing design elements with many similar West African instruments. Sharing design elements with many similar West African instruments. The banjo developed in the Caribbean during the first century of the transatlantic slave trade. The banjo developed in the Caribbean during the first century of the transatlantic slave trade. Starting in the 1840s, blackface minstrel performers began popularizing the banjo among middle-class whites who purchased manufactured instruments and learned to play. By the end of the century, banjo repertoire had expanded from plantation and minstrel tunes to include sentimental popular songs, waltzes, mazurkas, polkas, and ragtime. Played in the rural South since the second half of the 19th century, the banjo rose to become prominent in folk, country, old time, and bluegrass music. Association with these genres and the diminished presence of the instrument in 20th century African American music led to the banjo becoming a representation of rural white culture. The diminished presence of the instrument in 20th century African American music led to the banjo becoming a representation of rural white culture. However, a wealth of historical research conducted since the 1970s has brought attention to the African roots of the banjo. However, a wealth of historical research conducted since the 1970s, yesterday, has brought attention to the African roots of the banjo. So in the 1970s, black and I'm proud, this and that, and the third, red, black and green. We want to take everything to Africa, including you. Bye. There is likely no single ancestor of the banjo. The instrument shares design elements and playing techniques with a family of approximately 80 known West African plucked spike lutes. There is likely no single ancestor of the banjo. The instrument shares design elements and playing techniques with a family of approximately 80 known West African plucked spike lutes. So each of those 80 known West African plucked spike lutes, all of them have their respected place among people who play those instruments in Africa. But the banjo can't be something on its own. It can only exist as one of a family of something else. It can't exist on its own. It couldn't. Let's shake it. Early gourd banjos in the Americas. Early gourd banjo in the Americas. This design was firmly ingrained in the New World, as evidenced by the following instruments found across time and distance. The strump observed in Jamaica in the late 1680s, the early gourd banjo in John Ross's watercolor, sometimes called the Old Plantation, from South Carolina around 1785, and the banza, collected in Haiti in 1841. There are more than 85 documented banjo sightings in North America between 1736 and 1840. All but 4 of these reference black musicians. Unlike the fiddle, which African Americans played far more commonly, the banjo was primarily a Southern instrument. More than half of the banjos and players reported were in the Chesapeake Bay states of Virginia, Maryland, and Delaware. The rest were widely scattered, with small clumps around New York City and New Orleans. Black musicians played the banjo to accompany singing and dancing, sometimes with percussion or hand clapping. The instrument may also have been part of a religious ceremony known as the Banye Pre, the Old Plantation, and Garrett Schoutten's Slavendens dioramas from Suriname both appear to depict this ritual. In some historical records, playing banya or playing banjo may have referred to the dance ritual, not the musical instrument. The banjo became prominent in the United States with the rise of blackface minstrelsy in the 1830s. Minstrel shows featured music and comedy skits performed primarily by white men made up with burnt cork. Blackface characters portrayed African Americans. I'm gonna keep going with that. Um, Blackface characters portrayed African Americans in derogatory, clownish exaggerations, and they also tried to speak the way they would think a nigga spoke. But guess what? Imitation is a form of flattery, right? Get out your feelings, Dan. They imitate, man, because they like you. They do it today. Do it today. Thomas Dartmouth Rice started the minstrel craze in 1828 with his song and dance, Jump Jim Crow. Jump Jim Crow, that's where it started at, Jump Jim Crow. Joel Walker Sweeney was the first minstrel performer to play the banjo. He learned the instrument from black musicians in his home state of Virginia. From 1836 on, Sweeney toured the United States and Europe in blackface. Who he learned from? He learned from Black Americans, properly Americans. In 1843, a troupe called Virginia Minstrels put on the first full-length minstrel show in a New York City theater. The ensemble included banjo, fiddle, tambourine, and bones, a percussion instrument made from animal rib or shin bones. Tambourine. Who used them? I don't know. Rural banjo. As the banjo made inroads into middle-class American parlors during the second half of the 19th century, it also became integral to the music of the rural South. Many white musicians learned to play banjo directly from African Americans, Black Americans, properly Americans, and what your family called you mainly. And what your family called themselves. Many white musicians learned to play banjo directly from African Americans, Black Americans, properly Americans, properly what your family called themselves. The two races lived in close proximity in the Appalachian Mountains and other places as well. The two races lived in close proximity in the Appalachian Mountains, Piedmont, and other parts of the South. The Appalachian Mountains spread across states. It's not just in the South. Interacting socially and playing music together for dances. Yeah. We got along with them pink and gray people, just like today. In the late 1930s, mandolinist, singer, songwriter Bill Monroe formed the Bluegrass Boys, the band primarily responsible for developing bluegrass music. Bluegrass is rooted in the rural music of Appalachia as captured on the old-time string band records of the 1920s and 30s. However, bluegrass incorporates jazz influences. Pay attention. New generations of black musicians have taken up the instrument and are making efforts to preserve its place in African American culture, properly American culture. Prominent players today include Jake Blount, Otis Taylor, Corey Harris, and Taj Mahal. In 2005, the Carolina Chocolate Drops brought together 4 African American musicians playing traditional string band music on fiddle, banjo, guitar, and various other instruments. Their 2010 album Genuine Negro Jig won a Grammy Award for Best Traditional Folk Album. Rhiannon Giddens and Dom Flemings, former members of the Carolina Chocolate Drops, continue to perform, explore, and tell banjo's story in live performances, recordings, writings, and interviews. In 2019, Giddens, in collaboration with black banjo players Amethyst Kai, Layla McCullough, and Allison Russell, released the album Songs of Our Native Daughters. Songs of Our Native Daughters. NPR, Music News, The Banjo's Roots Reconsidered. The Banjo's Roots Reconsidered by Greg Allen. The picture is Lamauhahuma Daniel Jata plays the akonting, an African instrument that may be a precursor to the banjo, or its own thing. There can be two things, three things, 80 things. Sheesh. "15 of the greatest and most famous harmonica players," Dan Ferrant. HelloMusicTheory.com. Stevie Wonder, born Steve Hardaway Judkins in 1950 in Saginaw, Michigan. American singer, songwriter, multi-instrumentalist, and record producer, widely regarded as one of the most influential musicians of all time. His exceptional ability as a harmonica player, he first learned to play the instrument as a child and quickly became a master. Big Mama Thornton, born Willie Mae Thornton in 1926, Big Mama Thornton was a blues singer and songwriter known for her powerful voice and bold stage presence. While she was primarily a vocalist, she was also a multi-instrumentalist and played several instruments, including the harmonica. Thornton's most famous song, Hound Dog, which was later famously covered by Elvis Presley. Big Mama Thornton, Hound Dog. Little Walter, hey, Little Walter. Little Walter. Marion Walter Jacobs, also known as Lil Walter. Little Walter was a famous harmonica player. He was born in 1930 in Marksville, Louisiana, and is widely regarded as one of the greatest blues harmonica players of all time. Little Walter's innovative and influential playing style helped to redefine the sound of the harmonica in blues and rock music. He became a pioneer in amplifying the instrument. Jimmy Reed, considered to be one of the pioneers of electric blues, musician and songwriter Jimmy Reed had a significant influence on the development of rock and roll in the 1950s and 1960s. He was known for his distinctive harmonica playing. Reed began his music career in the late 1940s, playing in clubs and juke joints in the Mississippi Delta. James Cotton, born in 1935 in Mississippi, James Cotton began his career as a musician at a young age, learning harmonica from his mother. He eventually moved to Chicago to play with some of the biggest names in blues, including Muddy Waters and Howlin' Wolf. Woo! Soon, he became known for his mastery of both traditional blues and more modern styles. And with an energetic and soulful harmonica playing style, he earned the nickname Mr. Super Harp. 10 Things You Didn't Know About Howlin' Wolf by J.D. Nash Jr. He brought the music of the Mississippi Delta to Chicago in 1952. Howlin' Wolf was born June 10th, 1910, in White Station, Mississippi, just north of West Point, Chester Burnett grew up on the Young and Morrow cotton plantation near Ruleville. His grandfather would tell him and his siblings stories of the wolves in the area. Once, something frightened the young Chester, and he ran howling upstairs, which prompted his family to dub him the Howling Wolf. At just 1 year old, his parents separated. His mother left him with a stern, unforgiving uncle. He ran away at age 13, finding and inviting home with his father's family. His father, Doc, gave Wolf his first guitar at the age of 18. Howlin' Wolf spent 2.5 years in the U.S. Army. He was assigned to the 9th Cavalry Regiment, famed for being one of the units dubbed Buffalo Soldiers. He participated in the largest military exercise ever held in the United States, the Louisiana Maneuvers in 1941. It was there that one of the earliest photos of Wolf was taken, showing him cleaning the frog of a horse's hoof. One of the last Buffalo Soldiers in the Army, Howlin' Wolf. Wolf spent most of his early life as a farmer, both in Mississippi and Arkansas. He learned guitar techniques and showmanship from Charlie Patton, the ins and outs of the harmonica from Sonny Boy Williamson II, who was married to Wolf's stepsister. Ike Turner produced Howlin' Wolf's first record. Those two original songs, How Many More Years and Moanin' at Moonlight, became the Wolf's first two hits after being sold to and released by Chess Records in Chicago. Producer T-Bone Burnett said, in some ways, How Many More Years by Wolf will be the first rock and roll song because that has the guitar lick that became the central guitar lick in rock and roll. And that's the first time we heard that played on a distorted guitar. Let it sink in. Howlin' Wolf was functionally illiterate into his 40s. He could not read music. He depended on long rehearsal sessions demonstrating what he wanted until his backup musicians understood. So he was functionally illiterate. He couldn't read music. So this goes to show you, why would he need to know how to read? He practiced something until he mastered it. Now we all can read, and we ain't mastering shh. Wolf paid his people a fair salary on time and withheld unemployment insurance and even Social Security. He also offered them health insurance benefits. He was not an extravagant man in his personal life. He never wore a great deal of jewelry or drove flashy cars, preferring a Pontiac station wagon. He hunted and fished, owned farmland in Arkansas, and volunteered with the local fire department. His final live performance, the crowd gave him a 5-minute standing ovation. Howlin' Wolf, Smokestack Lightning. Woo, woo, woo. The Guardian, Howlin' Wolf. I do everything the old way, a classic interview from the vaults. Farming's always been my business, the wolf tells his little group. I just play blues for fun. I raise corn and cattle and soybeans. Soybeans are a good cash crop. I got about 65 acres on the Tennessee-Mississippi line. Wolf launches into an entire dissertation on soybeans and then farming in general. I feeds a lot of soybeans to my cattle. I got black Angus and Jersey cows and some others. I get pretty good money for my corn. The wolf extols his theory of farming. I do everything the old way. Other farms collect corn with machines, he says. I use mules. Can't pick corn with machines when it rains. It's all right to have a tractor in dry weather. When it's wet, you need a mule. You know, I used to have a radio show, he tells everybody. That's how I started fooling around with recording with my brother-in-law, Sonny Boy Williamson. I never fool with Muddy. Speaking about Muddy Waters, I never fool with Muddy. He's too jealous. Muddy's a nice man, but he's jealous. He really hates to see anyone play better than him. I was taught music. Some folks get taught. Others pick it up. Muddy picked it up. The wolf stands up and excuses himself. Everybody watches as he lumbers out the dressing room door, one hand feeling his coat pocket to make sure he's packing his trusty blues harp. Medium, interview with Howlin' Wolf. Michael Erlewine. August 1969. I'm not a smart man, you see. I got a little head and a big heart. Because blues is based on the common ground shared by all people, black, white, young, and old. Blues is a story of the human life, of its loves and struggles. All rock and roll, all jazz, all American music find its roots in gospel music and in blues. Blues is not unhappy music. Just like a flower, you see, we're tramping on this grass. We stay here a couple months and tramp right around here. We gonna kill it. Just as soon as we stop tramping, the first warm sunshine, and then the grass gonna start growing again. You don't never learn it all. You just learn some portion of it and be able to, entertain. And I play a certain portion of harp and a certain portion of guitar. I'm not a smart man, you see. I got a little head and a big heart. That's all I need. You take people. When they got a big head, they don't make it far. I heard a Negro howling and moaning. I said, I take it from you. He was an old man. I said, I'm going to take that someday and make something out of it. I took that howling and that yodeling and put it together and made me a thing of my own. I don't have no education, see? Now you can take my sense and put it in a paper bag and it'll rattle like 2 nickels. But you see, understanding, that's all I need. Common sense, that's all a man needs now. Common sense. Just get you some common sense and pass on by. Some of the music is too loud today because it knocked the eardrums to your ear. Them high speakers, tall as that fence there, is blasting your ear down all the time. Boom, bam, bing. You know what I mean? That's uncalled for. You hear that? I played on a show one night and I went home and cut myself all up and down the back because I heard that thing in my sleep. It's too loud. I'm sorry. Ain't no need in me telling you no lie. It's too loud. that go for the white boy and the Negro boy and any old Mexican, anybody. When it's too loud, it's nothing but knockness. Knockness. Just some stuff coming together and you don't understand what it means. That's what you call real garbage. That's the worst garbage in town. Smithsonian Institute. Magnus Indian Chief Harmonica. National Museum of American History. Magnus Harmonica Corporation. This harmonica was made by Magnus Harmonica Corporation in Newark, New Jersey around 1949. It is an Indian chief model with 10 single holes and 20 reeds. The harmonica has a red and black plastic comb with metal cover plates attached to the top and bottom with open rivets. It is engraved, trademark Magnus U.S. Patent Office, Harmonica Corporation, Newark 4, New Jersey, U.S. patent numbers. The Magnus Indian Chief Harmonica. Magnus Indian Chief Harmonica. Woo, woo. Smokestack Lightning. Howlin' Wolf. Check out that song, Smokestack Lightning. It's my joint. Howlin' Wolf. Smoking that tobacco. Mississippi. We are now returning to country music, Britannica Online Encyclopedia. With the migration of many southern rural whites to industrial cities during the Great Depression and World War II, country music was carried into new areas and exposed to new influences such as blues and gospel music. During the 1930s, a number of singing cowboy film stars, of whom Gene Autry was the best known, took country music and with suitably altered lyrics made it into a synthetic and adventitious Western music. A second and more substantive variant of country music arose in the 1930s in the Texas-Oklahoma region, where the music of rural whites was exposed to the swing jazz of black orchestras. An even more important variant was honky-tonk, a country style that emerged in the 1940s with such figures as Ernest Tubb and Hank Williams. The same period saw a concerted effort to recover some of country music's root values. Mandolin player Bill Monroe and his string band, the Bluegrass Boys, discarded more recently adopted rhythms and instruments and brought back the lead fiddle and high harmony singing. Their music, with its driving syncopated rhythms and instrumental virtuosity, took the name bluegrass from Monroe's band. Country music became popular in all sections of the United States after World War II. In 1942, Roy Acuff, one of the most important country singers, co-organized in Nashville the first publishing house for country music. Hank Williams' meteoric rise to fame in the late 1940s helped establish Nashville as the undisputed center of country music. With large recording studios and the Grand Ole Opry as its chief performing venue, in the 1950s and 1960s, country music became a huge commercial enterprise. The Melungeons, Legends of Southern Appalachia. Modern, international, and American history. History is now. As America has become more diverse in the last century, a question can be posed. Has America always had multiracial groups of people? An unexpected answer to this quandary exists in the southern United States in the Appalachian Mountains with the Melungeons, Roy Williams explains. Within the Appalachian Mountains, from the mountainous regions of Tennessee and Virginia to parts of Kentucky, there has traditionally been a group of people known as the Melungeons. The origins and ethnicity of the Melungeons are a point of debate. The debate regarding the origin of the Melungeon people is an old one and can be seen in the testimony of Captain Lewis Jarvis regarding his encounters with Melungeon peoples in his writing in the Hancock County News in 1903. Much has been said and written about the inhabitants of Newman's Ridge and Blackwater in Hancock County, Tennessee. They have been derisively dubbed with the name Melungeons by the local white people who have lived there with them. It is not a traditional name of tribe. It is not a traditional name or tribe of Indians. Some have said these people were here when the white people first explored this country. Others say they are a lost tribe of Indians having no date of their existence here, traditionally or otherwise. A lost tribe of Indians, like these people they just lost. How can you be lost when you ain't trying to go nowhere? The term Melungeon, no definitive origin. In French, the word mélange refers to mixture, giving the context of a mixed racial group. These authors of these articles are always trying to mix people up. They are always telling you that when you come across or discover another group of people, y'all start mating. Mating begins. No definitive origin. In French, the word mélange refers to mixture, giving the context of a mixed racial group. Older words such as melon in Greek refer to one who has dark skin. Whether these words have any relation to the modern term Melungeon is a point of debate. Modern term Melungeon. Physical descriptions generally characterize them as dark, olive-skinned people. Others have pointed to similarities in the African American community that can be compared to the physical attributes of the Melungeon people. African Americans, Black Americans, properly Americans. Others have pointed to similarities in the African American, Black American community that can be compared to the physical attributes of the Melungeon people. This is some of Appalachia, stretching from New York, Pennsylvania, Ohio, West Virginia, Maryland, Virginia, Kentucky, Tennessee, Alabama, Georgia. Yeah, Appalachia. Beautiful place. I gotta go. Charlotte's NPR news source, WFAE 90.7, exploring Southern Appalachia, the Conquistadors and the Catawba. Cass Harrington. About 450 years ago, Spanish soldiers on an expedition from Florida took over the native Catawba town of Jorah, about 60 miles east of Asheville. Fort San Juan is the earliest known European settlement in the southeastern U.S., established about 40 years before the English arrival in Jamestown. That made Spanish the first European language spoken in Appalachia. Fort San Juan was about the size of a modern-day basketball court. The remains of the structure are more intact than any other colonial fort in North America. Plowing over the years has destroyed the upper levels of it. When Spanish explorer Captain John Pardo and his men arrived in 1566, they declared the Catawba Indians, who didn't speak their language, new subjects of the king. The two groups lived side by side. The relationship was fraught by mounting mistrust and resentment. The tensions ultimately propelled the Catawba to force the Spanish army out, changing the course of American history. The absence of the Spaniards allowed for English colonists to move inland and take their place. It's how the English language gained a foothold in the region. Catawba Indian Becky Garris. Garris is a storyteller. She also makes Catawba pottery, much like the fragments scattered across the archaeological site. Garris says she makes pots the same way her ancestors did 500 years ago. Becky Garris makes clay pots the same way her ancestors did 500 years ago, without a kiln and with clay harvested from the same spot. If it not only touches my heart, but it also touches my soul, that our buried history is coming to light again. We are learning about ourselves now as well as about our past, Garris says. Before European contact, there was no written history. Everything was passed down orally. And you had to hide who you were because of prejudices and laws that were made by government. Becky Garris had to hide who she was. She had to hide who her ancestors were. Her ancestors had to hide before the Europeans, before the nasty, dirty Europeans, the mean Europeans. Catawba Indian Becky Garris had to hide who she was. This is Becky Garris. God damn it, she had to hide who she was from them Europeans. Or just shut up, and I'm pretty sure she would have blended in perfectly. Let's shake it. This is something that we struggle with in the U.S. White folks are not the first folks to have been here. Paul Worley, Western Carolina University Associate Professor of Global Literature, said, this is from WATE 6 on your side, local news. Community Conversations, Blacks in Appalachia helps to write, share history of the people. Knoxville, Tennessee. According to the Appalachian Regional Commission, by 1860, blacks had become 10% of Appalachia's 5.4 million residents. By 1860, blacks had become 10% of Appalachia's 5.4 million residents. So from the very first people who came in, other than the Native Americans who were here, there were slaves. Black Africans were a part of that experience. The history of Appalachia is one that is still being written, which is obvious. So from the first people who came in, other than the Native Americans, from the first people who came in, other than the Native Americans who were here, there were slaves. Black Africans were a part of that experience. Where? Where? We're talking 1860 now. Don't get me wrong. Hey, look at today. Everybody want to come here. People come from all over the world to come here. And they're being ushered in by the people who are supposed to vet them. But they are coming here. So I have no doubt that there were probably some so-called Africans that came, came here and this and that. But, the numbers aren't significant enough to try to write them into, wait. It says the history of Appalachia is one that is still being written. Okay, they still writing it. Changing it up. Add a little bit here and a little bit there. We do research. We do public forums. We do documentary films. We do oral history projects. They indoctrinate. They program. They telling you the story. That's his story. Find out your story. Dr. L. Amin is a researcher and lecturer at the University of Tennessee. She also works with the project Black in Appalachia. Oh my God. See, this causes confusion. Dr. L. Amin, Black in Appalachia. What does that mean? There are no such thing as black humans. There are no black humans in Appalachia. The people in Appalachia are the people on this picture. These people have names. These people call themselves something. Their ancestors called themselves something. And I doubt if it was black. Why would they do that? Look at the black and white picture. You see the couple of the women who sitting down have on black t-shirts. You don't see any humans the same. Look at the brother and sister to the right. Look at their shadow on the ground. The shadow is black. We are responding to that public image of Appalachia as a very white space, right? A very white dope fiend kind of place. You know what I mean? We are saying, hey, black people have always been in Appalachia as long as white folks. Well, you don't have to add the white folks to it. Ain't no such thing as a white human, no such thing as a black human. Leave the other people out of it. It's not relevant. Speak about the people who are there and learn about those people. And learn what their names are so you can stop calling them blats. Hey, black people, the blats, have always been in Appalachia as long as white folks have been here. Black folks have been here. The society pages, sociological images, hidden black history in Appalachia, Jacqueline Clark, PhD. Black history is still at risk of erasure. Black history doesn't exist. There's no such thing as a black human. It's already erased. It never existed. So how can it be erased? It never existed. Black history is still at risk of erasure, especially in once geographically isolated areas like Appalachia. The standard narrative that Scots-Irish settled Appalachia starting in the 18th century hides the fact that there were often violent interactions between European immigrants and indigenous people in the region. Indigenous is better than black. Even in the 1960s, when authors like Michael Harrington and Harry Caudle reported on Appalachian mountain folk, the people were depicted as Scots-Irish descendants, known for being poor, lazy, and backward, representations that are reinforced in contemporary accounts of the region, such as J.D. Vance's wildly popular memoir, Hillbilly Elegy. Accounts like these offer stereotypical understandings of poor Appalachian whites, and at the same time, they ignore the presence and experiences of blacks in the region. The dominant narrative of the region centers still on poor whites and their lives. So too are the stories of blacks living in Appalachia today. Even though the number of African American residents has increased in some parts of Appalachia, while the white population has decreased, little is formally documented about their lives. Yeah, that's why you have to know who your family is. You have to learn about who your family is. You have to do the footwork. You have to find out. You have to find out your story. It's no one else's responsibility. Erasing African Americans from the past and present of Appalachia provide an inaccurate view of the region. If a race has no history, it has no worthwhile tradition. It becomes a negligible factor in the thought of the world, and it stands in danger of being exterminated. The history of African Americans in the Appalachian region is largely absent from the area's official record, and without making it part of the dominant narrative, we risk losing that history. It's okay. You are Egyptian. Go walk like an Egyptian. You an Egyptian, right? You from West Africa. You from a slave castle on the coast of West Africa, right? What does it matter if you was in Appalachia? You're an Egyptologist. You go to Egypt. It's Appalachia. This is what we think of when we think of Appalachia. Not anymore. I mean, before this show. Yep. This is how they show you. This is what they show you about Appalachia. And you figure, hey, if they're doing that, if this is the lifestyle that they're living, this has to be the lifestyle that the people who look like you were living, that the indigenous people were living. But you forget, the indigenous people were here. Your ancestors were here. This is their soil portion. So they are connected to their soil portion. They come from the soil. They come from that soil portion. So they're doing well. Because don't forget, your soil portion needs you just as much as you need it. And when you two don't have one another, all manner of diseases arise. I know you can't believe this picture. You can't believe what you're seeing because you thought all pink and gray people that came here from Europe were all the king's men. That's what you thought. We're going to clear it up a little. Let's clear it up. Yep, Appalachia. Well, at least these people are actually taking care of themselves. I will give them that. Still, Appalachia. Fascinating. Early history of the Creek Indians and their neighbors. John R. Swanton. The Appalachee, the third Muskogean group to be considered, is known to history under the name Appalachee, a word which is Hitchiti, a related dialect, seems to signify on the other side. The Appalachee proper occupied, when first discovered, a portion of what is now western Florida between Ocilla River on the east and the Ocklackney and its branches on the west. They probably extended into what is now the state of Georgia for a short distance, but their center was in the region indicated northward of Appalachia Bay. Tallahassee, the present state capital of Florida, is nearly in the center of their ancient domain. The Appalachian town of Oconee, although missionized as early as 1655, may also have been an adopted town, part of the Oconee tribe to be mentioned later, a town called Machaba, which is located on many maps not far from the Appalachian settlements, was really Tamuqua. Very little has been preserved regarding the ethnology of the Appalachee. Their culture was midway between that of the Florida tribes and their own Muskogean relatives to the north. Writing in 1673, one of the governors of Florida says of their dress, "The men wear only bark and skin clothing. The men wear only bark and skin clothing, and the women small cloak, which they make of the roots of trees." These last must have been similar to, if not identical with, the mulberry bark garments. From what the DeSoto chroniclers say of the change in domestic architecture, which they encountered in South Central Georgia, domestic architecture, which they encountered in South Central Georgia. There was architecture, contrary to what you believe, what you were taught. It is evident that the Appalachians were associated in the feature rather with the southern than with the northern tribes. Fontaneda makes a few brief remarks regarding the costumes of the Appalachians, but it is in the second-hand information obtained through the South Florida Indians and of little value. The first historical reference to the Appalachee is in Cabeza de Vaca's narrative of the Narvaez expedition. On their way north through the central part of Florida Peninsula, in the spring of 1528, the explorers met some Indians who led them to their village. And there, says Cabeza de Vaca, we found many boxes for merchandise from Castilla. In every one of them was a corpse covered with painted deer hides. On the second day, however, we reached a lake very difficult to cross, the water reaching to the chest, and there were a great many fallen trees. Once in the middle of it, a number of Indians assailed us from behind the trees that concealed them from our sight, while others were on fallen trees, and they began to shower arrows upon us, so that many men and horses were wounded. And before we could get out of the lagoon, our guide was captured by them. After we had got out, they pressed us very hard, intending to cut us off, and it was useless to turn upon them, for they would hide in the lake, and from there would wound both men and horses. So the governor ordered the horsemen to dismount and attack them on foot. The pursuer dismounted also, and our people attacked them. Again, they fled to the lagoon, and we succeeded in holding the trail. In this fight, some of our peoples were wounded in spite of their good armor. There were men that day who swore they had seen 2 oak trees, each as thick as the calf of a leg, shot through and through by arrows, which is not surprising if we consider the force and dexterity with which they shoot. I myself saw an arrow that had penetrated the base of a poplar tree for half a foot in length. All the many Indians from Florida we saw were archers, and being very tall and naked, at a distance they appeared giants. Those people are wonderfully built, very gaunt, and of great strength and agility. Their bows are as thick as an arm, from 11 to 12 spans long, shooting the arrow at 200 paces with unerring aim. In this manner we marched for 8 days without meeting any more natives until 1 league from the site to which I said we were going. There, as we were marching along, Indians crept up unseen and fell upon our rear. A boy belonging to a nobleman called Avellaneda, who was in the rear guard, gave the alarm. Avellaneda turned back to assist, and the Indians hit him with an arrow on the edge of the cuirass, piercing his neck nearly through, so that he died on the spot, and we carried him to Aint. It took us 9 days from Appalachian to the place where we stopped, and then we found that all the people had left and the lodges were burnt. But there were plenty of maize, squash, and beans, all nearly ripe and ready for harvest. We rested there for 2 days. Our author adds that during that time, some of the party went to the coves and inlets for seafood, and the Indians surprised them twice, killing 10 of our men in plain view of the camp without our being able to prevent it. We found them shot through and through with arrows, for although several wore good armor, we found them shot through and through with arrows, for although several wore good armor, it was not sufficient to protect them, since, as I said before, they shot their arrows with such force and precision. Near the end of September 1528, they embarked in 5 barges and left the country, coasting along toward the west and having nothing further to do with the Appalachee or its inhabitants. The next we learn of the province of Appalachia is from the Chronicles of the Great Expedition of De Soto. They spent the winter there and remained until the 4th of March, 1540, in which time many notable things befell them with the Indians, who are the bravest of men, and whose great courage and boldness the discerning reader may imagine from what follows. For example, 2 Indians once rushed out against 8 men on horseback. Twice they set the village on fire, and with ambuscades they repeatedly killed many Christians. And although the Spaniards pursued them and burned them, they were never willing to make peace. If their hands and noses were cut off, they made no more account of it than if each one of them had been a mucus scaevola of Rome. Not one of them, for fear of death, denied that he belonged to Appalachia. And when they were taken and were asked from whence they were, From whence they were, they replied proudly, from whence am I? I am an Indian of Appalachia. And they gave one to understand that they would be insulted if they were thought to be of any other tribe than the Appalachians. Farther on, we read, the province of Appalachia is very fertile and abundantly provided with supplies, with much corn, kidney beans, pumpkins, various fruits, much venison, many varieties of birds, and excellent fishing near the sea. And it is a pleasant country, though there are swamps, but these have a hard sandy bottom. In Garcilasos, Florida, we have some additional information regarding the Appalachian Indians. Alonso de Cormons, in his Peregrinación, remarks in particular upon the fierceness of the Indians of the province of Appalachia, of whom he writes as follows, his words being exactly quoted. Those Indians of Appalachia are very tall, very valiant, and full of spirit, since, just as they showed themselves and fought with those who were with Pamphilo de Narvaez, and drove them out of that country in spite of themselves, they kept flying in our faces every day, and we had daily brushes with them. And as they failed to make any headway with us, because our governor was very brave, energetic, and experienced in Indian warfare, they concluded to withdraw to the woods in small bands. And as the Spaniards were going out for wood and were cutting it in the forest, the Indians would come up at the sound of the axe and would kill the Spaniards and loose the chains of the Indians whom they brought to carry back the cut wood and take the Spaniards' scalps, which was what they most prized, to hang upon the arm of their bows, with which they fought. And at the sound of the voices and of arms, we would immediately repair thither. And we found the consequences of a lack of precaution. In that way, they killed for us more than 20 soldiers. And this happened frequently. And I remember that one day 7 horsemen went out from the camp to forage for wood and to kill a little dog to eat, which we were used to do in that land, And a day that we got something, we thought ourselves lucky, and not even pheasants ever tasted better to us than a little dog. And going in search of these things, they fell in with 5 Indians who were waiting for them with bows and arrows. And they drew a line on the ground and told them not to cross that or they would all die. They drew a line on the ground and told them don't cross it or they'll all die. And the Spaniards, who would not take any fooling, attacked them, and the Indians shot off their bows and killed 2 horses and wounded 2 others, and also a Spaniard severely. And the Spaniards killed one of the Indians, and the rest took to their heels and got away. For they are truly very nimble, and are not impeded by the adornments of clothes, but rather are much helped by going bare. After leaving Avijica, De Soto came to the river Guacuca and later reached a province called Cappachique. It is uncertain which relation this and the subsequent places into which he came bore to Appalachia. Probably most of them belong to the people we know as Hichiti. The need of missionaries to being The need of missionaries to begin converting the Appalachians is frequently dwelt upon in documents written between 1607 and 1633. But it was not until later date that work was actually begun. A letter dated November 15, 1633 states that two monks had gone to the province of Appalachia on October 16th. Think about that. Think about that. Think of the dates that we're talking about. A letter dated November 15th, 1633. We're talking about Indians. We're talking about Appalachia. We're talking about the indigenous people of this place. We're talking about tall people who they think is giants. We're talking about dark brown people. You know who we talking about. Y'all know exactly who we talking about. Barcia informs us that the Appalachians made war upon the Spaniards in 1638, but were driven back into their own country, which was in turn invaded. The documents of the time make no mention of this struggle, and I think Barcia, in an era, or more likely the notice, is out of place. In 1647, a war did break out, however, attributed to the fact that Spaniards were not given the Indians as much as formerly, and also the influence of some Chisca, Yuchi Indians. And then a strange thing happened, well illustrating the fickleness of the Indian nature. Francisco Menendez Marquez, acting on advices privately received from the enemy's country, went there in person secretly and put down the rebellion with comparative ease, assisted almost entirely, it would seem, by friendly Appalachia. In 1681, Governor Cabrera notes that he had stopped the ball game among the Appalachian Indians as a heathenish practice inimical to their well-being. January 21st, 1688 is noteworthy as the date on which a letter in the Spanish and Appalachian languages was written for transmission to King Charles II. It says in 1681, Governor Cabrera notes that he had stopped the ball game among the Appalachian Indians as a heathenish practice inimical to their well-being. The first encounter on a large scale between the English and their allies on the one hand and the Appalachian and Spaniards took place in the following manner, as related by an English chronicler. In 1702, before Queen Anne's declaration of war was known in these parts, the Spaniards formed another design to fall upon our settlements by land. At the head of 900 Appalachian Indians from thence. Both armies met in an evening on the side of Flint River, a branch of the Chattahoochee, Shortly after this affair, in the winter of 1703 to 1704, occurred the great Appalachian disaster, the invasion of Appalachia by Colonel Moore with a body of 50 volunteers from South Carolina and 1,000 Creek auxiliaries, and the almost complete breaking up of the Appalachian nation. To the governor of Carolina, may it please your honor to accept of this short narrative of what I, with the army under my command, have been doing since my departure from the Okomogi on the 19th of December 1703. At our first approach, the Indians in it fired and shot arrows at us briskly, from which we sheltered ourselves under the side of a great mud-walled house, till we could take a view of the fort and consider of the best way of assaulting it, which we concluded to be by breaking the church door, which made a part of the fort, with axes. I no sooner proposed this, but my men readily undertook it, ran up to it briskly, the enemy at the same time shooting at them, were beaten off without affecting it, and 14 white men wounded. 2 hours after that, we thought fit to attempt the burning of the church, which we did, 3 or 4 Indians assisting us. The Indians obstinately defending themselves killed us 2 men, Francis Plowden and Thomas Dale. After we were in their fort, a friar, the only white in it, came forth and begged mercy. The next morning, the captain of St. Louis Fort, with 23 men and 400 Indians, came to fight us, which we did, beat him, took him and 8 of the men prisoners, and as the Indians which say it told us, killed 5 or 6 whites. We have a particular account from our Indians of 168 Indian men killed and taken in the fight but the Appalachia Indians say they lost 200, which we have reason to believe to be the least. We have totally destroyed all the people of 4 towns, so that we have left the Appalachia but that one town, which compounded with one part of St. Louis, and the people of one town, which run away together, all together. Their town, church, and fort we burnt. The Indians now having a mighty value for the whites, Appalachia is now reduced to so feeble and low a condition that it can neither support St. Augustine with provisions nor distrust and damage or frighten us, our Indians living between the Appalachia and the French. In short, we have made Carolina as safe as the conquest of Appalachia can make it. The only satisfactory French account is contained in a letter written by Bienville to his government. This also contains the best statement relative to the settlement of a part of Appalachia refugees near Mobile. I venture to translate it as follows. The Appalachia have been entirely destroyed by the English and the savage. They made prisoners 32 Spaniards who formed a garrison there, besides which they had 17 burned, including 3 Franciscan fathers, and have killed and made prisoners 6 or 7,000 Appalachia, the tribe which inhabited this country, and have killed more than 6,000 head of cattle and other domestic animals such as horses and sheep. The Spaniards have burned the little fortress which they have there, and have all retired to St. Augustine. Of all the Appalachia savages, there have escaped only 400 persons, who have taken refuge in our river and have asked my permission to sow there and establish a village. Bienville furnished them with corn with which to plant their first crop. The first mention of Appalachia in the register of Old Catholic Church in Mobile records the baptism of a little Appalachia boy on September 6, 1706. Pennicott has the following to say regarding these Appalachia. The Appalachia perform divine services like the Catholic in France. Their grand feast is on the day of St. Louis. They come to the evening before to ask the officers of the fort to come to the feast. In their village. And they extend great good cheer on that day to all who come there, especially to the French. The priests of our fort go there to perform high mass, which they listen to with much devotion, singing the psalms in Latin as is done in France, and after dinner, vespers and the benediction of the Holy Sacrament. Men and women are there that day very well dressed. The men have a kind of cloth overcoat, and the women cloaks, skirts of silk stuff, after the French manner, except that they do not have head coverings, their heads being uncovered. Their hair, long and very black, is braided and hangs in 1 or 2 plaits behind after the manner of the Spanish women. Those who have too long hair bend it back as far as the middle of the back and tie it with a ribbon. they have a church where one of our French priests goes to say Mass Sundays at feast days and feast days. They have baptismal font in which to baptize their infants. And the cemetery side of the church in which there is a cross where they are buried. Toward evening on St. Louis's Day, after the service is finished, men, women, and children dress in mask. They dance the rest of the day with the French who are there and the other savages who come that day to their village. They have quantities of food cooked with which to regale them. The other savages who are like them or their families or their friends, they love the French very much, and it must be confessed that they have nothing of the savage except their language, which is a mixture of the language of the Spaniards and of the Alabamos and of the Alabamans. The Alabamans, they love the French very much, and it must be confessed that they have nothing of the savage except their language, which is a mixture of the language of the Spaniards and of the Alabamans. Meanwhile, the Appalachee carried away by Moore had been settled near New Windsor, South Carolina, below what is now Augusta, Georgia, where they remained until 1715, the year of the Yamasee uprising. When the outbreak occurred, the Appalachee, as might have been anticipated, joined the hostiles, and from then on they disappear from English colonial history. They disappear from English colonial history. I don't mean they disappeared. Some of y'all Appalachee, when they arrived at a place called Cavada, situated 160 leagues from this city, which is the residence of the emperor, they found there 12 Englishmen and a Negro from Carolina. Of those who had been previously engaged in destroying the country, who were on horseback. The new Appalachee settlements in Florida show their influence in the baptismal records of the old church at Mobile. For while there are many entries between 1704 and 1717, after that date, there is a considerable falling off. When Fort Toulouse was founded about 1715, the Tawasa Indians, formerly neighbors of the Appalachee, settled near it among the Alabama. It is probable that some Appalachee accompanied them. At any rate, a few known to be of Appalachee descent are still living among the Alabama. Governor Dionisio de la Vega, to whom we are indebted for information regarding these, represents them as Appalachee, which had been left after the destruction of the province. Writing August 27, 1728, he says, the entire province of Appalachee became reduced to 2 towns, the one called Hamast, distant 2 leagues from the fort of San Marcos, had about 60 men, 40 women, and about the same number of children who were being taught the doctrine. The other one, named San Juan de Guacara, which was its old names, had about 10 men, 6 women, and 4 children, all Christians. The last Appalachian baptismal notice in the registers of the parish church at Mobile is under date of 1751. In his report of 1758, de Carliere says, under the heading Appalachies, which is of course a misprint for Appalachies, this nation of about 30 warriors is situated on the other, i.e., east side of Mobile Bay. They are reduced to the small number on account of the quantity of drink which has been sold to them in trade at all times. They are Christians and have accuracy established among the administered by a capuchin. Accuracy. This nation of about 30 warriors is situated on the other east side of Mobile Bay. They are reduced to the small number on account of the quantity of drink which has been sold to them in trade at all times. They are Christians and have a currency established among them administered by a capuchin who acquits himself of it very poorly. In 1763, all Spanish and French possessions east of Mississippi passed under the government of Great Britain. This change was not at all to the liking of most of the small tribes settled about Mobile Bay. And a letter of M. Diabate, governor of Louisiana, dated April 10th, 1764, informs us that the Tensas Appalachee and the Pecana tribe of the Creeks had already come over to Red River in his province, or were about to do so. We know that such a movement did actually take place. Probably the immigrant Appalachee included both the Mobile and the Pensacola bands. Sibley, in his historical sketches of several Indian tribes in Louisiana south of the Arkansas River and between the Mississippi River Grand, written in 1806, has the following to say regarding this tribe. Appalachies are likewise immigrants from West Florida, from off the river whose name they bear, came over to Red River about the same time the Biloxi's did, and have ever since lived on the river above Bayou Rapid. No nation have been more highly esteemed by the French inhabitants. No complaints against them are ever heard. There are only 14 men remaining, have their own language, but speak French and Mobilian. At the present time, there are said to be 2 or 3 persons of Appalachian blood still living in Louisiana, but they have forgotten their language and, of course, all of their Aboriginal culture. So they say. So they say. They disappeared from his story. That doesn't mean that they disappeared. And then after that, it's a tribe called the Apalachicola. There has been considerable confusion regarding this tribe because the name was applied by the Spaniards from a very early period to the lower creeks generally. Again, they disappeared from his story. They did not disappear. Collection title, Eastern Kentucky Social Club Collection, 1948, 2014. The Eastern Kentucky Social Club, a heritage organization, was founded in 1969 by a small group of African Americans who had migrated from Kentucky mountains to Cleveland, Ohio. University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill Library, Southern Historical Collection. This is from finding-aids.ib.unc, University of North Carolina. In 1969, a small group of African Americans living in Cleveland, Ohio, who shared Eastern Kentucky coal mining heritage, established the Eastern Kentucky Social Club. The primary mission of the club was to stay together. Cleveland was the site for the club's first annual reunion in 1970, and by 2012, the founding chapter had been joined by 15 more chapters, including ones in Lynch, Kentucky, Atlanta, Georgia, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, New York, and Washington, D.C. EKSC membership overlaps with membership in alumni associations associated with Eastern Kentucky schools, including Lynch Colored School, East Benham High School, and Rosenwald schools in Harlan County, Kentucky. The Eastern Kentucky African American Migration Project is a public humanities initiative directed by sociologist Corita Brown in partnership with the Southern Historical Collection. In 2013, the SHC joined Brown in her efforts to document a multi-generational African American community with familiar ties to coal mining towns in Harlan County, Kentucky. Brown has conducted oral history interviews with community members and helped the SHC collect manuscript materials from the community and has its social organizations. The community, which Brown studies, has its origins in the coal fields of the Appalachian South, and specifically the surrounding area of Lynch, Kentucky. Appalachia was a not well-known destination for thousands of African Americans who left the rural deep South in the early 20th century during the Great Migration. Don't forget what we just went over. We spoke about the Appalachian, and they're speaking here about African Americans who left the rural deep South in early 20th century during the Great Migration. They're not making it clear that Appalachia is from the deep rural South. We're talking Florida, the deepest South. And it goes all the way up to New York, as we've seen. But let's move on and let's shake it. A company town, Lynch was established in 1917 by U.S. Coal and Coke Company, a subsidiary of U.S. Steel. The company supplied housing, healthcare, social services, commissary, churches, schools, and recreation for coal miners and their families. At its peak in the mid-20th century, Lynch's population reached 10,000 and included African Americans and whites with Eastern European and British heritage. Although the mines were at its peak in the mid-20th century, Lynch's population reached 10,000 and included African Americans, Black Americans, and whites with Eastern European and British heritage. Although the mines were not strictly segregated, most areas of life, including schools, churches, commissary, and recreation, had separate facilities for blacks and whites until the mid-1960s. U.S. Steel withdrew its operations in the mid-1960s, and the population of Lynch and the surrounding areas dwindled as families who had spent only 1 or 2 generations in Appalachia began to move across the country, settling in Ohio, Michigan, Illinois, Indiana, California, Missouri, and other states. Despite the long distances now separating this close-knit community, individuals and families from the Harlan County coal towns Lynch, Benham, and Cumberland retained close ties with each other and nurtured what sociologist Corita Brown has called a post-migration diasporic identity. We will act like we never read that new title. Keep the focus on the people. Because as you know, us, the people who are termed Black Americans, African Americans, coloreds, Negroes, mulattoes, Indians, blacks, Americans, niggers. You know, we ain't got no culture. The Eastern Kentucky Social Club, a heritage organization, was founded in 1969 by a small group of African Americans, Black Americans, properly Americans who had migrated from the Kentucky mountains to Cleveland, Ohio. AppalachianHistory.net, Black Appalachia, Railroad Industry, Gandy Dancers by Dave Tabler. Before railroad work was completely mechanized in the 1950s, railroad calls were an everyday part of the track workers' ritual. Most of these Gandy dancers, the label applied to railway line workers who maintained railroad tracks and kept the rails straight, were African Americans who adapted the work called to railroad work. The term is said to be from the dance-like movements of the spike driver, plus the name of Chicago-based Gandy Manufacturing Company, who supplied track lining tools. The physical movements of these railroad crew members were synchronized by a caller who sang the chants, ensuring safety and pacing while spiritually uplifting the men at their toil. Teams of 8 to 14 men worked together to lay or care for the tracks. They had a rich repertoire of songs used for the many tasks required of them. The song sounded so wild and sweet that the mockingbirds in the nearby bushes stopped to listen as the railroad moved into the southern wilderness. Women worked at track lining as well as men. There is a verse in one of the lining track songs that goes, "You ought to been on the Brazos 19 and 10. Buddy Russell drove the women like he drove the men." Is he rapping or what? I mean, it ain't hip hop, but he rapping. He talking greasy. I can go on, but bluegrass legend Jimmy Rogers picked up guitar, yodeling, and much of the Negro country blues style from the Gandy dancers. This is from a blog, U.S. Slave, African American Railroad Workers, Gandy Dancers. I'm gonna assume, this is just my assumption, this is just my perspective, this is my opinion. The name of this is U.S. Slaves. It's just for shock value. It's for shock value because we could have easily used something like U.S. worker, U.S. laborer, U.S. employees. It's boring though. U.S. slave. U.S. slave. It would have been dope if done some would have done some editing and you could have heard like shackles and shit. U.S. slave. African American railroad workers. See? African American railroad workers, Gandhi dancers. From Appalachia History, Gandhi Dancers by Dave Tabler. Before railroad work was completely mechanized in the 1950s, railroad calls were an everyday part of the track workers' ritual. Most of these Gandhi dancers, the label applied to railroad line workers who maintained railroad tracks and kept the rail straight, were African Americans who adapted the word called to railroad work. The term is said to be from dance-like movements of the spike driver, plus the name of Chicago-based Gandhi Manufacturing Company who supplied track lining tools. The physical movement of these railroad crew members were synchronized by a caller who sang the chants, ensuring safety and pacing while spiritually uplifting the men in their toil. We have to let this sink in. They had a rich repertoire of songs used for the many tasks required of them. In the poetic words of folklorist Alan Lomax, the song sounded so wild and sweet that the mockingbirds in the nearby bushes stopped to listen as the railroad moved into the southern wilderness. Sometimes Aaron Rodgers took his son with him out to the tracks and put him to work bringing water to the black work crews who repaired worn ties and damaged rails, cleared brush, and shoveled gravel ballast. There's a picture of Jimmy Rogers, the father of country music. Whoa. Who got his style from Manila. From Gandhi dancers. The foreman sent along a command to a caller who configured this order into cadences similar to what you might hear from a drill master. If you really want to move that track, you made a sexy call, a former Gandhi dancer named Cornelius Wright told the cultural researcher Maggie Holtzberg Call. And they had the language for it. Some callers would talk about the lingerie that a woman wore. Now that caused the crew to really shift that track. In the country of country, people and places in American music. And after they did them sexy calls, Jimmy Rogers, the father of country music, was inspired. These are the female railroad workers. The American women who worked the railroad. The indigenous women who worked the railroad. Yeah, in their case, slave. All slave means is employee. They on the railroad and they look clean. Now the railroad workers. So-called black people, African American people, Negroes, colored people, mulattoes, Indians, the blacks, ain't got no culture. National Park Service, Great Smoky Mountains, African Americans in the railroad. The United States railroads are celebrated infrastructures that first connected the country through travel in the 19th century. The Mountain Division of the West North Carolina Railroad was revered due to its ingenuity, which made the mountains more easily accessible to the rest of the nation. Despite their complicated terrain, The railroad also provided great economic opportunities for Western North Carolina residents, contributing to the oil, logging, and steel industries. The black men and women who built the Western North Carolina Railroad have been ignored in the telling of its story. No, they haven't been ignored. They just been given a label of Kunta Kinte, slave, shackles on the neck, wrist, and ankles. And stamped with victim, put intact victim on a jacket. Like all the indigenous people, all our people was doing was just passive, go along and get along. The black men and women who built the Western North Carolina Railroad have been ignored in the telling of its story until now. 7/8 of the convicts in North Carolina were predominantly black men and some women. Many were imprisoned due to petty crimes and exaggerated charges. Some black people were even randomly collected off of the street and charged with made-up crimes to increase the railroad labor force. Same thing they say about people today. We don't know these people. We don't know what they did. I don't want to assume. The standard sentencing was 3 years of hard labor. Many of these convicts were leased to railroad companies, laying railroad tracks, digging tunnels by hand, and working with harmful chemicals were dangerous tasks that resulted in death and permanent industry for many convict laborers. The story connects to the narrative of African American graves that exist in Great Smoky Mountains National Park. In 1907, that bad blood has existed between the whites and blacks for some time. The Negroes have indulged in the practice of throwing heavy iron railroad spikes and rocks at white men at night. Serious trouble had been momentarily expected, and both whites and blacks have been armed for several days. About 20 white men were standing on the platform of the station when a squad of Negroes approached, stopped short a distance away, and without further warning began to shoot into the crowd. The event at the railway station led to reported riots, which lasted for several days, resulting in the implementing of a 9 p.m. curfew for African American residents. Those who did not abide by the curfew were arrested. Lawson, Howell, and Will Trotter were two African American men who were believed to be leaders of the attack at the railway station. After emancipation, most railroad jobs were held by black men, and they were limited to the same roles that black railroaders held pre-emancipation: maintenance workers, brakesmen, track layers, etc. You making this more difficult than what it is. Try not to make things more difficult than they are. They said after emancipation, most railroad jobs were held by black men, and they were limited to the same roles that black railroaders held pre-emancipation. So what they saying is, you got a job, and then somebody say, we emancipated. And guess what? You still got to go to work tomorrow. And you going to work tomorrow. You went to work yesterday. Today you emancipated. Tomorrow you got to go to work. Because railroading jobs were in such high demand from the late 19th century to the mid 20th century, many black men and their families migrated to areas near the Smokies and other parts of Appalachia to work the railroads. The first Great Migration occurred from 1915 to 1940, when roughly 1.6 million African Americans relocated to the north from the south. The second Great Migration occurred from 1940 to 1970, when more than 5 million African Americans relocated to urban areas. Industries like the railroading and coal industries boosted the economy in many northern states and industrial locations throughout the country, including many Appalachian spaces. This is the Etymology Dictionary online, Etym Online. Kentucky, U.S. state, admitted 1792. Earlier, a country, 1792 to 1700s, 1787 Constitution. The pictures in the allegory of the continents, the paintings, the frescoes depicting how Americans were seen in the 1700s. You remember that? Earlier, a county of Virginia. So Kentucky and Virginia, one place. U.S., well, all of this one place, U.S. state, Kentucky, U.S. state, admitted 1792. Earlier, a county of Virginia, organized 1776. The name is of Iroquois or Shawnee origin, perhaps a Wyandot Iroquoian word meaning meadow. Compare Seneca, Jadage. Wow, Kentucky, Jadage. At the field. The original use in English seems to have been the river name. The native use perhaps was first in reference to a village in what is now Clark County, known in Shawnee as Esquipakitaki. Wow. Interesting. A Native of Kentucky by A. Gwen Henderson and David Pollock. Selections from Chapter 17, Kentucky in Native American, a state-by-state historical encyclopedia, edited by Daniel S. Murphy. Volume 1, pages 393 to 440, Greenwood Press, Santa Barbara, California, 2012. It says, a native of Kentucky. A native of Kentucky. That's a sketch. A native of Kentucky. And this is one of my 8 great-grandparents, one of my 8 great-grandparents, one of my great-grandmothers. Wow, it's funny. Her nose looks like the nose on the sketch. A native of Kentucky. My great-grandmother, one of my great-grandmothers, born in Tuskegee, Alabama. Tuskegee, Warrior, Alabama. Born in Tuskegee. Married to my great-grandfather, one of my great-grandfather, who was born in Kentucky. Intersection of Two Worlds, 1730-1825. This is the best known chapter in Kentucky's American Indian history. The names of American Indian people, Shawnee, Iroquois, Delaware, Cherokee, and Chickasaw, and individuals, Missamatequatha, or Big Hominy, grits, hominy grits, big hominy, big grits, big hominy, Hokalesqua, or corn stalk, Katahekasa, or black hoof, and Tecumseh began to appear in the historical record. This period opens with resident native groups and new native arrivals from the east living in Indian country as autonomous peoples. and with Virginia's western lands still largely unexplored by Europeans. It is important to note that Kentucky became Virginia's westernmost county in 1776 and remained a Virginia county until it became a state in 1792. Wow. Little is known about Indian history west of the Falls and elsewhere in the state. It appears that native people had abandoned most, if not all, of the villages they occupied east of the falls by the end of the French and Indian War, 1763. Unlike the movements during the previous century, the reasons for this abandonment are known. Numerous attacks on Shawnee villages by the Catawba and other southern Indian tribes, and the threat of an attack by the English and their Indian allies. Historical developments in western Kentucky at this time are unknown. It is ironic then that for most of this period, after around 1760, native peoples apparently did not occupy any villages in the state. Kentucky served as the stage on which events in American Indian history played out, but the native villages for the most part were located beyond Kentucky's borders, to the north in what would become Ohio, Shawnee, Delaware, and Miami, to the south in what would become Tennessee, Mississippi, and Alabama, Cherokee, and Chickasaw, or even in New York and around the Great Lakes. The native perspective regarding land ownership and use contrasted sharply with that of the English. The former considered English settlement in their hunting grounds, their homelands, a violation of their territorial rights. The latter viewed Kentucky as empty land that was ripe for settlement. This difference was at the heart of the conflict that developed between native peoples and the colonial pioneers during this period. As colonial settlement exploded in central Kentucky in the 1770s, the Indian presence consisted of multi-tribal raiding parties of native men. Native settlements, however, were located outside Kentucky's borders. These parties were joined or led by foreign nationals representing foreign powers, hoping to capitalize on native successes that those powers could then parlay into territorial control. By the end of the Revolutionary War in the early 1780s, defining historical events had shifted north of the Ohio River and to the south. However, multi-tribal raids into Kentucky continued, lasting until nearly 1800. And the great-grandfather that I was talking about was born in Kentucky in 1875 or 1880, between 1875 and 1881 in Warren County, Kentucky, I believe. When the French and Indian War began in 1754, Kentucky was still Indian country, and the names of some of the groups that lived east of the falls are known: the Shawnee, the Mingo, Seneca, Iroquois, the Cherokee, and the Tutelow. Interaction with Europeans was direct and face-to-face, but was mainly within the sphere of the deerskin trade. Late speculators were sizing up Indian lands, but settlers had not yet crossed the mountains. Over the next few years, what began as a trickle of settlers into central Kentucky quickly turned to a flood. Europeans were no longer deerskin traders, explorers, and diplomats. Families came with children and slaves, carrying their belongings and bringing livestock and seeds to transplant their colonial way of life west of the mountains. Don't let this confuse you. Don't let this confuse you when it's said that Europeans were no longer deer-skinned traders, explorers, diplomats. Families came with children and slaves carrying their belongings. When they say children and slaves, remember, in European culture, in some European culture, in the what do we call it? The patriarchy, the patriarchal kind of thing, where the man is the head of the household. The head of the household means that the man is the head of the household. The wife and basically the wife and all the children are his slaves. These people also were hunter farmers, but their notion of farming of a farming way of life was very difficult from the Indians' way. Land was owned, fields were fenced, livestock was kept, homes were built to stay put. These peoples also were hunter farmers, but their notion of a farming way of life was very different from the Indians' way. Land was owned. Soil was owned. Earth was owned. Fields were fenced. Men planted the fields and women tended only the kitchen gardens. Most settlers were Christians, a monotheistic religion that contrasted sharply with the animistic beliefs of Indians. The settlers valued missionaries and sought to convert those who did not believe. The situation was ripe for conflict to develop between the settler pioneers and Indians. After the War of 1812, the demand for Indian removal to lands west of the Mississippi River intensified as the pressure from white settlement increased. The U.S. government forced native groups into ceding their land to the government, eminent domain. Forced land cessions relative to the southeastern tribes began in 1814 with the Creek. One by one, throughout the early 1800s, Indian nations split into factions over the issue of removal, and one by one they moved west. How many of y'all families is kind of fragmented today? I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm just saying how many are fragmented. Mine is. Under Presidents Monroe and Adams, U.S. Indian removal policy was voluntary. And Indian peoples, under Presidents Monroe and Adams, U.S. Indian removal policy was voluntary. And Indian peoples in the Ohio Valley immigrated without the direct application of force. It seemed likely that native people living in Kentucky who had decided to move out of the state of their own accord had done so by this time. Right. Because most of our people, they wasn't moving nowhere because you told them to. I don't know where y'all got the idea that our people was some type of pushovers. That don't think so lowly of your people. Prior to 1818, the land between the Tennessee and Mississippi rivers was still considered Indian country. Although most Chickasaw lived in northern Mississippi and northwestern Alabama, the Chickasaw claimed and controlled this area, which they used as hunting grounds. The Chickasaw's main and last federal land cession occurred in 1818. This land cession was the last of an extended series of actions by the federal government to open lands east of the Mississippi River to white settlement. It extended the borders of the Commonwealth of Kentucky west to the Mississippi River and encompassed approximately 2,000 square miles. Today, Kentuckians refer to this area as the Jackson Purchase region. In March 1819, only a few months after the Chickasaw ceded their land, Congress created the Civilization Fund, which provided an annual appropriation of $10,000 to civilize Native peoples living in the United States under its auspices. Richard M. Johnson, a United States congressman from Kentucky, who was rumored to be the man who killed Tecumseh and who later would become U.S. Vice President under Martin Van Buren, used his political connections to secure funding for an Indian school on his Scott County farm in central Kentucky. Known simply as Johnson's Indian School, it was operated by the Kentucky Baptist Society. Known simply as Johnson's Indian School, it was operated by the Kentucky Baptist Society for propagating the gospel among the heathen, of which Johnson was a member. 8 Indians from Missouri, both adults and children, were its first students. Given the violent encounters between Indians and Europeans during the preceding decades and resentment that remained, it is unlikely that they would have shared the truth of their Indian heritage widely. If you think about it, a lot of what is said about the so-called Black American, properly American, a lot of it is said from people out of fear. Do you get that? 2 important national developments in American Indian history have expressions in Kentucky: the movement to transform Indian people into civilized American citizens and the forced physical removal of people from native homelands to Indian territory. The former is represented by Choctaw Indian Academy, an American Indian school that operated in central Kentucky during the early decades of this period. The latter is represented by the Cherokee Trail of Tears, which crossed western Kentucky in 1838 to 1839. Then the public thread of Kentucky Indian history unravels. Although individuals and families claiming an Indian heritage and culture likely remained in the Commonwealth during this period, no specific direct historical events have been recorded with respect to Indians. In the early 1800s, the Choctaw lived mainly, remember how the artists did their frescoes in Germany. Remember? Beautiful frescoes, beautiful churches and palaces and things of this nature. In the 1700s. This is in the early 1800s. The Choctaw lived mainly in central and southern Mississippi and southwestern Alabama. Some were dissatisfied with how several mission schools in their nation were being run. They wanted their best youth educated at a different kind of school, an elite academy, an elite academic institution outside the nation where future tribal leaders would pursue advanced studies. It was expected that academy graduates would assume civic duties and tribal leadership and advance native positions in the face of white pressure, since theoretically they would have been schooled in the laws, language, and customs of white culture. The people who are driving this don't think for 1 second that it's only others and not you. Once Choctaw Indian Academy opened in 1825, 5 years before removal, Johnson used his influence and position to convince other tribes like the Chickasaws to establish annuities for the education of their children and then assign the funds to be spent at his school. Although Choctaw students were always the most numerous, several other southeastern and midwestern tribes sent their sons to the school, including Creek, Chickasaw, Seminole, Cherokee, Apalachicola, Apalachicola, Potawatomis, Miami, Quapaw, Sac and Fox, Tawa, Osage, Omaha, and boys from the United Band of Chippewa, Ottawa, and Potawatomis. The average number of students in attendance was 120, but between 1834 and 1838, it was well above 150. In 1833, Johnson added teaching of a trade, blacksmith, wheelwright, and shoemaker, to the academy's curriculum. Many tribes were very dissatisfied with the academy. Many students graduated lacking a common education in reading, writing, arithmetic, grammar, and the other academic subjects of the day. Students returned to their homes, schooled instead in gambling and drinking, unable to cope with the detachment and estrangement from their native customs and relatives. Students returned to their homes, schooled instead in gambling and drinking. Wow. Indian people did not physically disappear from the Commonwealth after forced removal of groups west of the Mississippi River. While historical scholarship is mute on this point, individual families undoubtedly remained in Kentucky, forming the roots of the late 20th century American Indian presence in Kentucky. Beginning by at least the early 1700s, remember that time, Indian people had intermarried with people of European and African descent, creating blended families and blended cultural, ethnic, and spiritual traditions. Yeah, listen, 1700s is yesterday. Understand, this is yet another case of a group of people, coming into proximity of another group of people, and guess what? They start mating. They start breeding with each other. Now they got the same, now their cultures is blended. Come on, man. Yes, your father went with a white girl, and then you was born. But that's not everyone's story. That's not the majority. It's a concerted effort to confuse. It's a concerted effort to keep the status quo as it is. European and African descent, creating blended families and blending cultural, ethnic, and spiritual traditions. It's a small number of people. Anti-Indian attitudes born of the Indian struggles with settler pioneers during the French and Indian Wars, Revolutionary War, and War of 1812 led Native peoples to withdraw. In this situation, the challenge was to maintain native ways in the face of pressure to assimilate and discrimination from the dominant culture. What dominant culture? And see, native ways. When they're talking about Europeans and Africans being born here, which would make them natives. But then they'll come down and they'll say Indians, and then for them to maintain their native ways, it's very confusing. We know who is being spoken about here. No Indian reservations were located in Kentucky. This remains true today. Thus, the particulars of the Indian reservation experience and other aspects of the federal Indian assimilation and Americanization policy of this period, such as allotment, are not a direct part of American Indian history in Kentucky. The language that all of these articles use and that all these people use, the language is disgusting because they know what they're saying and they know what they're doing. Many families downplayed or did not share the fact of their Indian heritage with others. Yep. Hence today, we proud to be black. Kentucky became a state in 1792. Several major roads in Kentucky follow in the general footprint of American Indian trails. U.S. Highway 27 was known as the Great Tellico Road, and U.S. Highway 25 was known as the Warrior's Path, as were portions of the U.S. Highway 421. Much of Daniel Boone's Wilderness Road was an American Indian trail. The Saline, Eddy, and Varmint traces, now part of the modern highways, followed historic Indian trails that met at what is now Princeton in Caldwell County in western Kentucky. Despite a history of relative invisibility in Kentucky, however, the profile of the state's indigenous people has been steadily increasing over the past 2 decades. Interpreting places relevant to Kentucky American Indian history has been one way. In the 1940s and 1950s, a few prehistoric American Indian mound and villages sites on private property in western Kentucky, like Lost City at Lewisburg in Logan County, and the ancient buried city at Wickliffe in Ballard County, were turned into tourist destinations. Commerce. Today, a handful of ancient Indian sites in Kentucky are interpreted for the public and provide citizens opportunities to learn about Kentucky's Indian heritage. This is a zoo. It's a circus with 3 rings. Kentucky American Indians' contributions to current foodways lie primarily with the plant realm. Kentucky's prehistoric native peoples domesticated a host of local weedy annuals. While many of these nutritious foods are not elements of our diet today, who is our? We still eat sunflower seeds, a plant Kentucky's native inhabitants were the first to domesticate anywhere in the world. While many of these nutritious foods are not elements of our diet today, I have no idea who this person is talking to and why they're including us. We still eat sunflower seeds, a plant Kentucky native inhabitants were the first to domesticate. Who eats sunflower seeds? We eat sunflower seeds. Sunflower seeds is, when I was a shorty, sunflower seeds was sunflower seeds, pickles, all that stuff was like second nature to us. All that stuff was the same as dressing and turkey and cranberry sauce. Sunflower seeds, man, please. Females getting them sunflower seeds at the store before they go to school, man. All they doing is spitting them damn seeds all over the place, man. And this character right here say, although they are not a part of our diet today. No, they not a part of your diet because they never was. This is where my some of my great grandparents, some of my second great grandparents, some of my third great grandparents, all from Rockville right there and Bowling Green in Kentucky. It's my second great grandfather, one of them, William Covington from Family Search. He 38 right here, born 1842, born in Kentucky, married, working on the railroad. He work on the railroad. That's his gig. He work on the railroad. William Covington, his brother was a blacksmith. And his brother was a blacksmith, and he taught his sons blacksmithing or smithing. William Covington, 38, 1842, Kentucky, married, working on the railroad. They said he a mulatto. They said he a mulatto, so we know a mulatto. Mulatto mean that, and everybody in his house was mulatto. He had it was about 8 children. Him and his wife and about 8 children. And then right next to him, in the dwelling right next to him, was his brother. And his brother also was with his wife and had about 8 children, 7, 8 children. And everybody in those two houses said mulatto. And guess what? They mother and father. They mother and father was in the same census record. And they was labeled black. Father birthplace Kentucky, mother birthplace Kentucky. This is at Rockville, Warren County, Kentucky. Remember? Rockville. Right there. Rockville, Warren County, Kentucky. Working on the railroad. You know us blacks. You know us blacks. We ain't got no culture. The Black Union. United States Colored Troops who fought in the Civil War. The United States Colored Troops were regiments in the United States Army composed primarily of African American or colored soldiers. See what I mean? African American, Black American, colored, Negro, all that. Only thing they don't call you is Indian. But look, if you look at the Civil Rights, if you look at the Civil Rights Act and you look at the Constitution, they speak of Indian. But it was niggas marching, right? So who was they talking about? The Union Army. This is the North. Lincoln opposed early efforts to recruit black soldiers, although he accepted the armies using them as paid workers. Native Americans also played a significant role in the colored regiments of the American Civil War. See how they try to fuck your head up, man? See how they do? Do you see how they and these are regular people. These are regular smuggler degular people writing these things. But they so indoctrinated. Native Americans also played a significant role in the colored regiments of the American Civil War. African Americans and Native Americans, both misnomers. Let's see. They call us. They conflate the two. People conflate the two. And now you thinking the people who the Filipino Siberian, New Mexican, Anglo-Saxon people who you see today who call themselves Native Americans, they conflate the two and make you think the African Americans and the Native Americans, two completely separate type of people. Both played a significant role. That's not true. They using Native American to take your attention away from the word Indian, American Indian. Because American Indian and African American is the same thing. Or American Indian is who they're calling, African American is who they're calling the American Indian African American today. Person gonna just up and say some Native American. You ain't about to see no Native American. Let's shake it. These the Union soldiers. These the North soldiers. These the Union soldiers. These the Union soldiers. Now, we're not going to even talk about who these people is. These the Union soldiers right here. Ooh, they using blacks. They using blacks in the union. Damn, we was doing important stuff. Da, 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 da. I mean, how else could they do anything here if you wasn't involved? We are part of every level of administration, every level of everything on this soil. Gonna let them make you a foreigner, and it's some of the people who look like us, they want to be foreigners, but they don't want to go home. They want to be foreigners. They want to be foreigners and say that they motherland is somewhere else, but they don't want to go to it. Why? I just wish they hurry up and go. Let's go. These the Union soldiers right here. These the Union soldiers right here. Y'all know who these people is. It seems that I would hope that there came a time when this wouldn't be necessary. Because this is just becoming too obvious to me now. When someone says, we don't have any culture, when someone says, we don't know our roots, I immediately think indoctrination. I mean, they've been indoctrinated just as much as we have, maybe even worse. And it's amazing to me that someone will be so comfortable with telling you who you are and who your family is, and they have no idea who their 8 great-grandparents are or their 16th second great-grandparents. They have no idea. They completely jumped over those people and became an Egyptologist. Our Union soldiers. Union soldiers. I mean, of course they're Union soldiers. Of course they were in the Union. Of course. How else would the Union stand a chance? How else would they stand a chance unless they incorporated Indians into their army in order to fight other Indians, indigenous people fighting other indigenous people, just like today. The United States military is the most powerful machine on the country, is what is said. This is what is said. And people who look like us, of course, are woven within the fabric of that military. This is the Confederate. These are the Confederate soldiers, now the South. Okay. So it says this is from a program of partners and affiliates, National Endowment for the Humanities, University of Virginia, Library of Virginia is where that picture came from, I suppose. Encyclopedia Virginia, Charlottesville, Virginia, 2020 Virginia Humanities, all rights reserved. That picture is from there, and this is the description of that picture. Cook collection, the Valentine. It says Confederate Reunion, 1907. Now, check this out. Sporting badges from a Confederate reunion, three men named Ellis pose for a photographer. The image is part of the Cook collection at the Valentine Richmond History Center. The image is part of the Cook collection at the Valentine Richmond History Center. And it was probably, listen, this is what they think of your people. It was probably made during the United Confederate Veterans National Reunion that was held in Richmond, Virginia in 1907. The two men in uniform wear caps with pins that spell out CAV, perhaps a reference to their having served in the Confederate cavalry. The African American man. Now, mind you, people weren't being called African American. I know some people come across some people who will give you proof, who will show you receipts that someone was called African American at some point, even before 1907. So, the majority of people weren't running around calling themselves African Americans. You saw it in a publication, which means some author of some publication probably labeled someone who looks like you an African American in order to set the tone for something. The African American man at center, with his arms on the shoulders of the ex-soldiers, shares a common surname with them and perhaps accompanied the men to war as a body servant. The image conveys the lost cause point of view that accentuates the role of African Americans as faithful slaves, loyal to their masters and the Confederate cause. By hook or by crook, you gonna be made a slave. We gonna make you a slave. We gonna make you a shackle on the neck, wrist, and ankle. We gonna make you a slave. We gonna make you a fetch it. We gonna make you a old coon who just don't do nothing but shuffle along. We gonna make you that. If it's the last thing I do, we gonna make you that. Do you think homie in the middle is anybody's slave? Yeah, they soldiers. Yeah, he outranked them. The description just said they're a faithful slave. You tell me. You tell me. You tell me. Think so lowly of us. The rich barber. Down to the roots, the history and tradition of the black barbershop. The black community, the barbershop, like the church, has long stood as a sacred space for people to gather, converse, and engage in activism, discourse, and grassroots organization. Black barbershops are self-contained worlds with their own culture, laws, and customs. They are the culmination of craft, etiquette, and tradition that has evolved over 160 years to produce the heritage we look back on now. Some of us say we don't got no culture. These people crazy? In the antebellum South, barbers were slaves. Why they just couldn't say barbers were employees, barbers were workers, barbers were doing a job, barbers were slaves. Look at it. I'm gonna get through this. In the North, freed black men and low-income whites often became barbers. At that time, only wealthy white men could afford the services of barbers, which meant that while black barbers began to spring up across the country, they weren't cutting black hair. In the 1860s, barbering was an artisan system and a cornerstone of burgeoning black enterprise. Master barbers were pillars of their communities, often owning their own barbershops where high levels of skill could be cultivated and barbering skills passed down to future generations. As revered and active community members, master barbers were looked to not just for haircuts, but for advice and wisdom. While clients came in for a haircut, they stayed for the discussion. Golden West Hotel Barber. See them brothers right there. Waldo Bogle. Physiognomical hairdressers. Facial operators, cranium manipulators, and capillary abridgers, and skeet modus operators. What? Golden West Hotel Barbershop. John Merrick, a great barber and entrepreneur, was born a slave. In 1859, he was born working. I guess they called him a slave. I guess the work he was doing was assisting his mother while she was trying to push him out of her. He was assisting by trying to help push himself, like, I guess paddling his feet or whatever, trying to get up out of there. Was born a slave in 1859. By the 1880s, born a slave in 1859, by the 1880s, he would own 5 barbershops in North Carolina, 2 black and 3 white only, using the profits from those barbershops to found the North Carolina Mutual Life Insurance Company. In 1934, in the midst of the Great Depression and Jim Crow, Henry M. Morgan established the first chain of barber colleges for black people, allowing black barbers to officially earn their degrees. When you walk through our doors, you become a part of our story. We continue to maintain the legacy of the past while furthering the craft of barbering. The barbershop is a place you can express yourself, mix with younger and older generations, and learn new things. When you get in that chair, throw on a cape and talk to your barber about your look. Yeah, barbershop's always been dope. Barbering is a part of who we are, the past we share, and the future we're building. Go in there and get you a fresh blend. Nationalbarbers.org. The history of black barbershops. The must-know info about black barbershops' impact on the industry. Anyone who's ever worked in, frequented, or stepped foot into a black barbershop understands the experiential strengths and rich culture that's interwoven. Black barbershops changed the barbering game and continue to do so. Black barbershops are so much more than just skillful establishments where people, men and women alike, wander in to receive a haircut. Black barbershops have long been and continue to be central hubs of black community, places to congregate, connect, share, and overall embrace a community. Henry M. Morgan opened the first national chain of barber colleges in 1934, the Tyler Barber College. Eventually, about 80% of black barbers had the United States. Eventually, about 80% of black barbers had the United States had been trained and shaped by the Tyler Barber College. Black men and women could discuss social and societal reform, share ideas, and overall find camaraderie and community. I agree. The opportunity for black men running black barbershops shifted to the chance for prosperity, and prosper black barbershops did. During the 20th century, the world saw one of the first black millionaires, Alonzo Herndon, who kickstarted his empire with the single barbershop, and Willie Lee Morrow's, a multimillionaire barber who was a pioneer in the black hair care industry. Much of barbershop culture now, black owned or not, like community sharing, learning, camaraderie, etc., can point back to roots in black barbershops. Elite beauty society. Black women who changed cosmetology forever. Madam C.J. Walker, 1867 through 1919. Let's just say when she was born, 1867. The first self-made millionaire in history, she was a force to be reckoned with and an absolute powerhouse in the hair, health, and beauty industries. Let's look at this woman again. Madam C.J. Walker. Marjorie Joyner, 1867. I know. Wait, we go back to Madam C.J. Walker. I know. It's gonna be some people who say, "Oh, see, these people, who say these things, that's self-hate. She look like she from Nigeria. She look like she from Kenya. How can y'all say she play these look games? These look games like all of us, like it ain't somebody who all of us look like. Pretty sure I can go to Sweden and find somebody who look like me. I can find a pink or gray person who look like me. Playing these look games, man. That's an American woman. A part of American culture who you say we don't have. We don't have any culture. Marjorie Joyner, 1867. Marjorie Joyner began studying cosmetology in 1912. By 1916, she became the first black female graduate of Chicago's A.B. Moeller Beauty School. By 20, she had opened her own salon. Joyner becoming the national supervisor of Madam C.J. Walker's beauty colleges, overseeing more than 200 beauty schools. She's often most recognized for the permanent wave machine. Annie Turnbull Malone, 1869. Entrepreneur, scientist, philanthropist, Annie Turnbull Malone truly took the world, not just the cosmetology world, by storm. A chemist by trade, Annie became a millionaire through her work of successfully developing and marketing hair products for black women in St. Louis. Rose Meta Morgan, 1912. Rose Meta Morgan owning and operating the largest black beauty parlor in the world by 1942. Morgan had a hair career going by the age of 14 years old. Play with us, man. Don't play with us. Pat McGrath, 1965. Pat McGrath, 1965. An absolute beauty mogul and icon, McGrath got her start shaping the fashion industry. McGrath is considered to be the most influential makeup artist in the world. Black Americans, African Americans, colored people, Negroes, colored American, Negro American, mulatto American, American Indian, Americans. We don't got no culture. No, we don't got no culture. You agree? We don't got no culture. No, we ain't responsible for nothing. We ain't carve out our space. Not the world carved out the space for us. The world know who we is. Do the right thing.